Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our March 9th, 2026 regular meeting of the Township of Montclair Planning Board. In accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and by sending a copy to the newspaper designated by the township for notices. Attorney Neese, now that it's March, do we have new requirements for public notice?
We do, and I
don't know.
think we've already started.
Already started that process?
Yes.
Do I need to read a different introduction?
No.
No? Okay.
I don't recall what your introduction says, but they're
Says adequate
continue to be
notice.
posted on the township website.
It's also, okay, it's also posted on the township website in accordance
We
with,
continue, yes.
Because
that's-
that's the requirements of the Open Public Meetings Act.
accordance with the new requirements, yes. Okay, that's what I was looking for. This meeting is also being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live and will be available on demand on YouTube. This meeting is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that the board has powers and procedures resembling a court of law, and we're obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from them in order to provide the basis of an official action. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues of what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and the decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. The fire exits are to my right, which is your left, and also the back of the room where you likely entered. And as to the order of this evening, each application hearing begins with the applicant or their attorney giving an overview of the application and the variances that are required, if any. We then hear from any expert witness the applicant may have to help explain the application and why variances are required. The board members may ask questions of the applicant, the attorney, and their expert witnesses. And if you're a member of the interested public but are not a witness in the case, you'll have two opportunities to speak. At the end of each witness's testimony, you'll be given the opportunity to ask the witness questions about his or her testimony. And that's not the time to tell the board what you think of the application. That'll come later. And then to ask questions, you'll have to come to the front of the room, give us your name and address, and then ask your questions related to the witness's testimony only. After the applicant's witnesses and the objector and objector witnesses have been heard, members of the audience will then have their second opportunity to step forward. And at that time, you may express your opinions, positive or negative, about the application. And comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person. And at the end of the applicant's case, the objector case, if any, and public comment, the public hearing is then closed, and the board members discuss the case and vote. At that time, you'll be able to listen to our discussion, but you will not be able to participate. Next up is roll call.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present.
Mr. Borshoff is excused. Mr. Campbell.
Is present.
Counselor D'Amato.
Here,
Vice Chair Graham.
Here.
Mr. Ianwali.
Here.
Mr. Falaise.
Here.
Ms. Willis is excused. Mr. Orbea.
Present.
And Chair Brodock.
I'm here.
Okay.
Next up, we have the swearing in of our board professionals, and I assume we should also swear in Ms. Casme as well, since she'll be giving testimony later as well?
Yes.
she's actually not.
she's
Just
not?
giving a report.
Okay.
No, she signed the report. She's giving testimony.
This is a public hearing
Yes.
for
The redevelopment.
an area?
Redevelopment.
Get that hand up. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give tonight, or in your case, you will give tonight, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is we have minutes from the meeting of February 9th of this year.
Okay, and I have changes from the minutes from Chair Brodock. Are there any additional changes?
They just have on page 2 for one.
Is your mic on, Tom?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, on page 2 for 161, 167. I agree with Keith's changes. So the property was rezoned in 216. Should we say that the whole area the zoning in the area was changed, it wasn't specifically the property?
We could say the property was rezoned in 2016 as part of a larger rezoning.
Something
of
like
the
that,
area.
yeah, so
Okay.
it doesn't sound like spot zoning. And then, so instead of saying that the approved building impairs the plan, it just doesn't comply with the zoning that was put in place or something like that? Because it says here that the approved building impairs the
Does not
zone-
conform.
Does
The
not,
new-
just doesn't conform to the plan, is that okay?
I think so.
Okay. Just to make it less specific to the property itself. Thank you.
Okay, any other changes? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
And next up, we have the resolution for 516 Bloomfield Avenue, Night Owl LLC.
Are there any changes to the resolution? Motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
That brings us to application 2940, 260 Park Street, 260 Park Street LLC. Doesn't sound like it.
Is the light on?
There's one of them, the light's broken,
Yeah,
so you may just, it'll still work, you just have to
Hold
the-
it real close.
all right, not to take it.
well, it'll still work, it's just the light doesn't work, so you have to just make sure
Yeah,
it's on by listening.
it's frustrating because, you know, Mr. Chairman, I used to have a problem forgetting to hit the button, and now I'm programmed to hit the button, and then it doesn't react, so it throws.
We appreciate that, and,
It,
you know, we'll see if somebody can fix the light.
So, okay. So, good evening, everyone. Alan Trembulac appearing on behalf of the applicant 260 Park Street LLC. This is as you know, continuation of the site plan application for this property, which we commenced back in November. We've had several hearings. We were last here, I believe, in January. And after the January hearing, we had two postponements, one just to allow some additional time to make final plan revisions, which we've done, and then we had the storm a couple of weeks ago, which caused a postponement. So we're hoping, I think, you know, we should definitely finish up this application tonight. I can tell you what I have in store. I have some very brief testimony from Mr. Anderson regarding the recent plan revisions. And then following his testimony, I have our last witness, which will be William Stimmel, who will testify as a traffic engineer in support of the parking variance and as a professional planner. And at that point, we will have completed our presentation. So, having said that, I would ask that, well, Mr. Anderson, you understand you're still under oath?
I understand.
Okay.
Maybe hit it one more time and see.
Tap into,
Maybe move it closer to you.
it's not working. It should, if you tap it,
Yeah, we'll just give them the handheld, that works.
Thank you. So, after last meeting, we made some minor revisions to the plans, based on some of the comments that we received. The biggest being the slight change in the building so that all of the offsets are either 0 or 6 feet. That changed the building footprint ever so slightly. There's very minor changes to the areas of each apartment, but they're all conforming in size. And it is a minor increase in the change in impervious coverage. I think now it's 182 square feet over, still not a plan that requires stormwater management, but as we had before, we added the stormwater management system in for 500 square feet. So it's a trivial change in terms of the area contributing, but it's still the same design. We revised the lighting plan, and I believe we finally got it this time. We have some intensity issues underneath the building, still need relief for that. That was never really going to go away, but I believe we got the right intensities out in the parking lot, so you have safe movement around the site, and you also have cutoffs to the adjoining properties so that we meet the requirements there. And, let's see what we
Okay.
do.
I
Thanks,
think
Ed.
that's probably it, but just a couple of follow-ups. You talked about adjusting the offsets of the building. We're talking about on the southerly side.
That's correct.
And that was done in order to address the issue as to there being a possible setback variance, depending on the
That's correct. There was a lot of,
interpretation of the ordinance. So we made those changes to try to eliminate that issue.
that's correct. We did that to eliminate the issue. We had, the board, I believe, had voted that they thought it was going to be conservatively going to be a variance, so we decided to eliminate that.
I saw the plan. How did you do that?
Well, we took every part of the building that was closer to the line, and we made it exactly on the line.
Every part, not the whole building, just
Not the whole
pieces of it?
building, but then there's other parts that step back, and we made sure they stepped back at least 6 feet. There was no 3.5-foot step back or 4-foot step back, it's 6 feet. So now it complies to either the 0 or 6. So the concern about fire safety goes away, because apparently if somebody builds on the line, the chimney effect will not be there, because it'll either be right up against the building or 6 feet off.
But you did in little pieces. You didn't do it, I think, by having the whole facade. So you've got these gaps.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are gaps. If somebody builds it to the line, there will be a gap coming through, but it'll be conforming to the setback requirement.
Would you be able to show it on the screen so you could show everyone?
Well, I don't have it here with me, maybe.
Well, I've got it here, and Janice can pull it up on the screen.
Probably the third sheet. Yeah, it is. Just make it bigger, I think. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll get up and point to it on the screen, try not to stand in front of the projector.
Paul, before you do that, just for the record, the plan that's on the screen now and the plan that you're discussing is the latest revised site plan dated February 2, 2026, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Which we should probably mark if we haven't already marked for the record.
Oh, yes, I actually pre-marked them. Sorry about that. A25, the revised architectural drawings dated February 4th, 2026. A26 are the revised engineering drawings dated February 2nd, 2026. A27 is the revised planning report dated February 13th, 2026. And A28 is the revised engineering report dated February 18th, 2026.
Janice, should we also mark the other planning report that was issued to address the zoning question that was raised?
Sure, that would be A29. That was the planning report dated March 3rd.
Thank you.
All right, see if I can convey this. So, the front of the building was a very small fraction off the line that allowed for, coping or a fenestration above to be right on the line. That was removed. And now the building is exactly on the line through here. At this point, we've always had the building jump in as part of the design and go down and come out. These areas here are all 6 feet off the line now, here. And the columns that project out that the structure of the building itself are set exactly on the property line. So we're 6 feet all the way down after this bump, which was there before, and they just all came in. That,
Where's the, where's the line of the building itself?
well, I'll try to do it without getting in front of the thing, but the line of the building is on the property line, in here, out, down to the 6, and then out for each one of these structural elements.
I don't see a 6-foot dimension on the plan. Is it just assumed to be 6 feet? I see other dimensions.
Well, it is.
Where's it noted to be 6 feet on the plan?
You want to move it?
I don't know, I'm gonna have to look at the.
It's on the screen. It's on the planning board website.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where we actually put that dimension.
If you go to the
We have all the zeros shown.
click the box, it'll take you to that page.
Some of the architectural drawings.
Well, yes, that's probably the easiest thing. Not on this, not on the projector screen, but on the architectural drawing, A101, there is a dimension shown as 6 feet and 1/2 inch. And that is towards the rear of the property. And that's a consistent line. There's no variation in that line all the way from the back to the front, except for those columns that we spoke of.
I'm looking at 101.01.
0.00.
Okay, but there's no property line there. I assume that's the property line. So it's not the best way to document the 6 feet. I mean, it's 6 feet in the middle of space. There isn't a property line shown. The property line is shown on the civil drawing. So your architectural drawing doesn't have a property line shown. Maybe it does, I don't know. There is a dotted line, but I'm not sure what that is. There's a line that says 03 on it, but it seems to bisect the columns.
So my testimony is that the main bulk of the building is 6 feet off the line. It would have to be 6 feet off the line in an as-built condition, or else it would create a violation of our approval if the board so grants one. But the intention of the revisions was to make it totally conforming to the setback requirement, and even the unique interpretation of the setback requirement that we discussed at the January meeting and possibly the December meeting. So, yeah, my testimony is that it's either 0 or 6, except for that bump out, or the bump in that I outlined on the exhibit board.
Well, very clever. I don't think that this, I don't think this necessarily meets the intent of what it is. I think that by having these structural piers go out and have no yard at specific points and have a yard of 6 feet, I guess technically it would, I don't see a gap in the way the language is written right now that would not make this allowable. I certainly don't think this was the intent of what a 0 or no yard is, but I mean, when this is put in practice, the whole building is either on it, it's not these, I mean, the definition of a yard does call out exclusive of cornices, chimneys, eaves, uncovered porches, and handicap ramps or lifts. It doesn't say structural elements. I would put a structural element in sort of that same category that's an exception to, you know, not qualifying for a building that would meet the definition, or not measuring the building to qualify for a yard, but that's,
It was our preference not to move those, but because of the discussion
Yep.
and the diversity of opinion on it, we figured it was safer just to make it 0. But we would rather have not moved it at all, the columns, because we don't see any fire element associated with it.
Well,
But this was
the
done.
big thing that you
in-
did though is you moved the building. Because the
Yes.
building before was a lot closer, right? It wasn't 6 feet, it was 4 or something.
Yeah.
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 So I don't think the columns at that point, I mean,
Well, we didn't
Yeah.
want to come here,
yeah,
discuss it all
Yep.
night, and then come back the next month with it on the line.
okay.
So, yes, that's kind of what our thought process was.
Yep.
If the board wants us to move the columns back to where they were before, as part of it, that, we're okay with that.
But that's the justification of not needing variance, so I don't think we can do that, otherwise.
Well, if it creates a variance, we don't want to have a variance.
The intent
application.
is to avoid any issue of a variance, and that's why we did it, even though we would have preferred not to, but we would rather have the board decide this application based upon the single variance being parking without any other additional variances, so. And to the extent the plans might need to be, you know, revised or be reconciled with each other, you know, we would be happy for the board to impose a condition along those lines. But again, as Mr. Anderson already stated, the building will be set back 6 feet or 0 feet, which is in compliance with the literal reading of the setback ordinance.
Do the structural elements that are shown on the ground floor, are they perfectly vertical? Are they on the line all the way up through the top of the building, or do they set back?
They are until they come underneath the garage.
Okay,
They are 6
and then
feet,
from that
And then
point on,
horizontally, they go underneath the garage.
okay, and then from.
Could I stay on that question just for a moment, Mr. Ianwali? Do you have the architectural plans right in front of you?
I do.
A102.00,
Yes,
figure 2, the west elevation.
I haven't seen that.
So Mr. Ianwali was asking about those structural elements. Do they all look the way that one is shown, where it comes down straight and then slides out to the south to what I'll say tag the line?
What, I'm sorry.
Oh,
what-
sorry,
what-
A102.00,
Okay.
figure 2, near the top.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
west elevation where you can see, I think this relates to your question, Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Ianwali,
they don't go all
where the
vertical.
structural
Yeah,
element
yeah.
kind of moves out to the south
Yeah,
to what I'll say tag the line.
yeah, so that's not either no yard or.
I don't know if your microphone's on, Mr. Ianwali. My question is, are they all the same, if you know? And if not, maybe we need the architect here to explain.
Well, the architect is here.
And
And
just confirm that that can be revised. So that-
it's just
Goes straight
just make it a
up.
vertical element. Any decorative feature of it will be removed, and cutting it back to look differently will just change. So, just make it 0 all the way up.
0, so you're gonna revise it to make it 0 all the way up and then,
Then horizontal into the building.
okay. I think that's gonna look better, because this configuration, I see what it's trying to do, and I appreciate your creativity, your team's creativity in trying to meet, you know, the interpretation of the zoning. But it did look a little odd to me, so I'm glad we're gonna fix that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Ianwali, you may have more questions. I interrupted you.
No, I see what's being done there. So at that point, it's no yard, because it's not 0, it's actually no, it's either no yard or where there's a yard. And where there's a yard, it's 6 feet. But there's a lot of these little yards. Very clever.
Do you have anything else?
The only other thing that I wanted to mention is we had reviewed both the planning and engineering memos that came out regarding this latest submission. We have no issue with addressing any of the comments, particularly in the engineering memo. There was one that we previously discussed about the replacing the sewer in the street. I believe Alan indicated it should be pro rata share if there is something wrong with it, which is
Right.
standard. But I think all the other issues are fine, that we can address.
The only other issue, which really we leave it to the board's discretion, as Mr. Hernandez pointed out in his last report, with the issue as to whether the board wants flashing lights in the sidewalk to warn pedestrians. Now, that was done in the Westerly building. We don't think it's necessarily, it's needed here because there's much more of a setback between the building and the sidewalk as cars are coming out, whereas the Westerly was much closer to the sidewalk and I think was needed more there for safety. But again, if the board wants it, we'll put the flashing flashing lights in the sidewalk.
So while we're on that topic of safety, it looks like the opening that was in, right underneath the building towards the street is now gone. So on the south side of the building, there used to be, if I recall correctly, kind of an archway type of thing. I see the architects nodding behind you. So specifically, let's get to figure A-102.00. So this is still in the architectural plan.
Right.
A-102.00, and this is going to be figure 4, the south elevation. So all the way to the right on that, where you've got that now flat brick wall all the way down near the entrance to the driveway. There
Right.
used to be a big opening there, and if I recall correctly, you testified about the safety element of seeing cars coming out. It looks like that's gone now.
It is gone. I don't know that that pertains to the cars. I think it's set back from the street a considerable amount. So people would be stopping at the street to look for, before the sidewalk. And so I don't think any opening in that area is necessary. We are at least a full car length between that area and the front. So we do have the speed humps also in there for safety, slow people down, so when they do come out, they will be going slow to get over those.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, given the issues you've highlighted with the sidewalk lights, I would say that's probably not the right idea.
Right.
Because we want something that works, and not something that you have to maintain every single week. So I'm on the fence about, a tasteful light on the side, I'll say. Not like a big strobe light, not a warbler, but I feel like maybe just a little something that catches somebody's eye if they're walking with their headphones on and staring down at their phone like so many folks are these days. I think it would be a good element to have. And I don't know exactly how you want to affect that, but I think just something that gets the attention of people on the sidewalk and not necessarily the neighbors.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly either, but if you had a building-mounted one, it would be a lot more durable.
Right.
And, and it could flash, and certainly at night it would be more effective, but, and then the board has expressed the reticence to do a chirping
Yes.
sound, so we can avoid that.
Yes, something that is respectful of the residents nearby, but that still grabs the attention. I'll leave it to you as to how you
Okay.
want to put that together.
All right, very good.
I had another question, going back to the lighting. It looks like on the sidewalk, it's still low. So to me, it seems like the kind of thing that could be solved with maybe 2 more bollard lights. Because I see right outside the entrance door on the north side, you have a 0.3, whereas it should be
Yep.
0.5.
Right,
So maybe a bollard light there, and as I go down the sidewalk towards the street, there's an indication that there's a 0.1.
yeah, but these do not model any street lighting that's out there.
Is there a street light there that'll,
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly where it is, but I don't remember walking down Park Street in the darkness when
I don't either, but you're showing on a plan a 0.1, and it's
Yeah,
supposed to be
it's just the
0.5, right?
I'm just saying this is just the analysis of the lighting that we're proposing on site and how that lighting impacts the lighting at the property line.
So can you then work with our engineer, and if there is a street light there, and our engineer is satisfied that that will provide enough light, do nothing, but if it isn't, maybe
put a
put in
couple
just
more
one more
bollard
bollard
lights.
light? Like, I feel like that's a small requirement. Is that
Yeah,
unreasonable, Mr.
We could
Hernandez?
work together on that.
Okay.
As part of
Yeah.
resolution compliance,
Yeah.
should the board
Okay.
approve it.
And then the one other question I had, you had a note still on the plan about the adjoining property to the north, that fence is going to remain. But do I recall one of the earlier hearings, you all said you were going to put in your own fence?
I think the testimony was that there was a substantial amount of landscaping proposed along that line, and it was a more of a vegetated buffer there as opposed to needing the fence.
Okay,
And so that's what we had proposed.
okay. I couldn't recall the testimony. I just wanted to make sure I understood what your plans were. Okay, those are all the questions I had. Other questions from the board? No? Questions from the public of this?
I have one
oh,
question, is that okay?
Sure.
There-
You don't
there
get
were-
much time before we turn it over to the public, so ask away.
I just have a quick question. There were two comments from the public last time that were asking about the rationale for mirroring the property, having the retail on the other end. I recall this from the last meeting. I just would like to hear your rationale for not going in that direction and maintaining it this way. I do see the public's perception where like they would have a lot of people coming in and out of that retail environment in closer connection to the lower density residential versus the higher density that we're happening on the other end. And I just want to, allow you to explain it before we hear from the public.
So my thinking on that is that you have more noise associated with cars coming in and out of the building. And when it's closer to the residential side than you do pedestrians coming out of a commercial establishment. So I think that if you did mirror the building, you would be creating more of a nuisance for the people next door than less. So, I mean, I don't know that's a tremendous difference between the two, but I think it's at least 60-40, 70-30 kind of thing where it's better the driveway where we have it and keeping the cars that make more noise farther away from the other lower density residential.
And if you still hear from the public that they would rather have the building mirrored, would you consider it? Just asking.
In fairness, we've spent a lot of time and money to get to this point. To go
Right.
back now with a new set of plans and more hearings,
Okay.
we've looked at it, and my client, who really wants to be a good neighbor,
Yeah.
seriously looked at that. And, again, we think that it's better to have the the cars coming in away from the residential, and that, I mean, you can argue it both ways. I mean, you
Okay.
can do it both ways. We'd still end up where we are now, which is a conforming site plan, fully conforming site plan with just a minor parking variance. And, this is the way the applicant would like to proceed.
Understood.
Any other questions from the board? Let me just make sure, let me see if the board has any more. Nope. Question from the public? You'll have to come up to the microphone. Please give us your name and address. And ask.
Your address is none of my business. Matt Roberts in Montclair.
If,
Sorry, yep. Where on Park Street is this? I just would like to see a photograph of it, or,
If you look at the cover sheet, which I'll show you here,
yeah,
here's the intersection of Watchung, and here is the property. So it's 4 properties from the intersection of Watchung,
okay, so this is gonna be like an apartment building there?
only where the hatched is. See where that rectangle is hatched?
On Park Street?
Yes.
Okay, this sounds like an absolutely horrible idea.
well, this is the time for questions of the witness. You'll have a chance to make that comment
Okay.
probably later tonight.
I have no idea why you're doing this, other than
No,
greed.
this is for questions about his testimony.
Okay, well, I have no questions about the testimony.
Okay, then you'll have a chance to
Yeah,
express your opinions about the application as a whole after, I assume, one more witness. I think.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. Good evening.
Evening.
So what concerns me, as you know by now, is the traffic, children, cars, and I am not
questions?
hearing what happened to the idea of doing a scoop out for the parking so that Uber and other delivery places wouldn't have to go under the building, but not double park. They could actually, you know, that cutout that you could cut out right to the sidewalk and allow 15-minute pickup there so that there would be a place for them to stop without blocking anybody's driveway. And it would be really easy to ticket them if they didn't obey that, because it would be there. Plus, it would leave the street with some room to pass back and forth. So what happened to that idea?
Well, I think that may be functional for Uber and other deliveries, but what that would essentially make this fairly narrow lot, one big driveway. Completely different than the rest of the street, and it wouldn't look like the rest of the street.
But this is the front.
I know, in the front, you'd have a driveway in and a driveway out.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean.
I think she's talking about in the
The
street. You're
side,
talking in the
on the
street?
street, there's the sidewalk and then there's the grass, right?
Right?
I'm saying get rid of the grass, make an egress or an ingress, I don't know what the word is, so that for delivery only and pickup only, they could come in without doing what happens now. So that was my question the last time, and it's and so I'm wondering, is that possible? Because it would really, really aid in the traffic flow if they could move off the main drag a little bit for pickup and delivery.
Well, first, it's not on the property that, as part of the application, it's in the municipal right-of-way.
Oh,
Could we widen the street there and bump it out for this one use? If the town thought that was the best alternative, we could, but I don't know that it is. I mean, I think maybe you could stripe the existing pavement as, you know, in that area for pickup and delivery. Because if there, you know, there's parking there now that is eliminated, it's, you know, it's just for pickup and delivery, it takes away from other people.
okay, well, there's 165 deliveries, over 200 deliveries and pickups a day before the pizza place opens or the bagel place. So to me, that's not taking it away from the people. My question again is, what's going to make it safer for these guys to zip in, grab their stuff, and get out without endangering either double parking or parking in the driveway or parking in a neighbor's driveway? So that was my question. And I don't think it would take away from the look of the building, or if the store is in the front of the building, that makes really good sense to me, because it's much shorter a distance for the guy to get out of his car, run, grab it, and go. But, so that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the public for this witness?
Yeah, what's the motivation for this building, other than making money?
I'll answer that. The client is building a building. This building's in the neighborhood commercial. It's part of the Watchung Plaza Business District. It has the
Okay.
same zoning requirements as the entire Watchung Plaza Business District. This building's been designed entirely in compliance with all of the requirements that are permitted in the neighborhood commercial business district. In other words, the building's been designed to give the town what the town has said it wants for this property. You may not like it because it's next to a residential neighborhood.
I totally don't
but
like it.
But the zone line is between the business district and the
Yeah, I just
residential
wonder,
district.
where we stop, okay?
Well-
That was a street of like beautiful houses, and now we're gonna put an apartment building there?
Have you seen the house that's on this property currently?
I don't care.
Okay, well-
This is
You know
this
what?
is getting
I-
a little more to
No,
comments
let
and
me speak.
Well, no, because this is more comments, and I think this is not the time to have an argument with the attorney for the applicant.
Well, the developer should be called up then.
Well,
it's,
I mean, I just hate what's going on in this community.
I understand that.
I
but we're
really
here to
do.
talk
You know
about-
what? And
This is one, we're here to hear one application for one property.
okay,
I
so you want to
understand.
cut me off?
Well, if you have a question for this witness about his testimony, I'm happy to let you
Yeah, my
proceed.
question is, what is the benefit to the community?
And that's not anything he
Not part of my
testified to.
testimony.
And I think their next.
You know what?
Well, sir,
I
just
have to
give me a
say,
second.
I'm getting no respect
Okay.
for you guys either.
Well, then.
To allow this
it's-
community
Sir.
to be taken
sir,
over by developers.
This is for questions of this witness, and what I'm trying to say is that I think the next witness is actually the one that will tell you about the benefits to the community.
Yeah, I'll hear it.
Based on what this is the applicant's planner, I think should be next. And I suspect he will tell you what he thinks are the benefits to the community of this application, but we will see what his testimony is. Any other questions from the public for this witness's testimony, or about this witness's testimony? I see none.
Okay. So, thank you. All right, my next and
May I,
final.
Chair Burdock,
Sir?
there's been some question about whether or not the property is in, one of the residents wrote a very detailed letter about whether or not this is properly zoned. When will we cover that during this hearing?
That's been covered by the latest memo from the planning department, which confirms it's been zoned neighborhood commercial since at least 1974.
I have some evidence that shows that that's probably wrong. I brought it with me. And I'd like to show
Is
it
your
to you if
microphone-
possible, because I think
feel
it's
like your
rather, I
microphone
was
went
actually
off
gonna,
Suddenly.
I think that is something
Isn't
that,
this a little late, Tony?
Well, we
I
just
mean,
got the
we're-
memo.
We've had 3-4 hearings on this,
But the
and now
memo-
you're
we just
questioning, I mean, we've had planning memos, and we presented the application as being in the neighborhood commercial zone. And, a neighbor raised an issue. Janice went back and researched all the zoning maps going back to at least 1974, which shows that the zone line has remained the same, and this property is a neighborhood commercial.
I can
Why are
show
you,
you
I don't
that.
understand why you would
but I
bring
can
this up
show
at
you
the,
that that's wrong.
when we're just about finished with the presentation.
I think because someone called into question the zoning, Mr. Tremblay, I think normally it wouldn't, well, normally we wouldn't go back and read all the zoning maps going back to 1900 whatever, when this
Okay.
municipality was founded, 18-something? Not sure. So I think that letter and Ms. Talley's memo is what triggered, I assume, Mr. Ian Wally to look into it as well.
We just got it in our packet this week.
Right.
So I took the time to look at the maps, and I have a 5-page, there's 20 of them here. You're welcome to take a look at them. You can pass them around.
And I don't know, Mr. Tremblay, if you want your planner to address this, or I guess read it, take a minute to read, and we should mark this as board exhibit. Are we on B3 at this point? Thank you.
May I start?
Let's just mark this first before
Yeah,
you
you can, yep.
get going. B3, so we'll mark, this is, says 2026-03-09 regarding 260 Park Street zoning, planning board PB meeting, A. and Wally, 5 pages. So it's a 5-page document set, marked B3. Mr. Ian
Okay.
Wally, please proceed.
So I read the memo. I thought the memo from the resident was very detailed, and I also read Ms. Talley's memo. So I thought that what I would do is start with the current tax map, which is sheet number 1. And lot 18, that's 260 Park, that's the 12th parcel from the corner of Gordonhurst, if you can look at the numbers. So if you count 1 from that, I think it's a dentist building that's on the corner there, and you count 12. And then if you go to the 1979 map and you count 12 parcels, the 12 parcels is still in R2, which is 260 Park. And on that map, the lots are very clearly defined, and you can see that number 12 is in the R2. If you go to the next page, you look at, the next page is just a blow-up of the same map, 1979. And you can see the 12th is still in R2, which comports with the tax map on the first page. And then if you go to the 2006, resolution is not that great, but even where it's yellowed, the 12th parcel is in R2. And also, one thing I want to point out is that if you go back to the tax map, Lot 12, which is the, Lot 18, its rear property line has kind of a northeastern slant to it, and that's the last property in the R2 if you look at the others. The next property that is in the NC in the historical maps has a southeastern back property line. So that's two ways to identify that this property, and I think that the resident is correct, it probably, when the new digital maps were created, there was very likely a mistake. And then the last piece I have is a memo that I wrote to Janice and Graham Petto, and it's about the house that I used to live in I grew up in on 37 Cloverdale Place. And the memo, and this is when the digital maps, when the online map was being created. And we were reviewing some of the zoning, and I said, hey, 37 Clover Hill is not C2, it should be R2. And it was probably, that way for generations. So the draft of those plans, I witnessed an error on a property that I used to live in. It was C2 and it was changed to R2, which it should have been, and it was at the end of the block. So based on this, I'm quite sure that the mistake was made when the historical zoning maps were not recorded accurately when we went digital.
So your position is contrary to the town planner's position as to the
I
zoning
guess,
for this
well,
property?
the town,
Just so we're clear.
all due respect, we weren't given this specificity in terms of looking at those maps very closely and comparing it to the tax map. I just did research based on the maps that were in that memo, and I very simply just counted the parcels and matched them up and looked at the position of it, and it looks like the online map is incorrect. I don't know what to do. I'm just giving you the evidence.
The online zoning map that's on the town website confirms that this property is in the NC zone. That's the current zone map that's on the website that my client certainly relied upon when he purchased this property.
I'm not debating that.
Okay.
We're using the historical maps in the memo as proof as to why it's zoned properly. Why can't we use the historical maps to also determine that it's not zoned property? I'm just following the logic and the argument that was presented to us. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm just looking at the detail. And usually when I look at details, I'm not too wrong. But, I don't know what I do not know what it means legally. I'm just saying this is what I see in the maps.
No, and I respect that, Tony. I think everyone in the room respects that. The problem is that, as Mr. Trembulac points out, the zoning map that's online shows that this property is, in fact, in the NC zone. And as Mr. Trembulac said, the applicant relied on that zoning for purposes of this application. To the extent there is the necessity of an interpretation of the zoning and the zoning map and the zoning ordinance, the Board of Adjustment is empowered under the municipal land use law to consider that question specifically. So I don't think that this venue is the appropriate place for that question.
But to lay out options, are we able to request the zoning board of adjustment evaluate this? Or is that immaterial based on?
No, it would be, well, I've
I'm just
never
trying to-
seen a situation like this where you have a planning board member questioning the zoning, and that interpretation can only occur through the zoning board of adjustment.
Okay.
And so who makes that application to the zoning board? I'm not prepared to say. Mr. Ian Wally could, this board, I suppose, could, The applicant could, or an objector could. But if the issue is, where does the boundary lie, that is an interpretation that only the zoning board can consider.
Well, all I would say is, you know, I was aware of the issue raised by the neighbor, and I received a copy of Janice Talley's report, March 3rd, 2026, as you all received, where the issue was reviewed by your town planner, went back and looked at the maps, and her conclusion is that the review of the historic zoning map showed that the property was included in the NC zone since at least 1974. Why isn't that sufficient to resolve this issue?
It will be for purposes of this application before this board. If somebody else wants to have the zoning board of adjustment take a look at it for an interpretation under 70 of the MLUL, that is within the purview of whoever does that. But I believe that the applicant is entitled to rely on its property being in the NC zone, and this board should continue this application with that understanding at this point.
Arthur, what is the law? Can you describe what, for example, let's go back to the example of 37 Clover Hill Place, that if I didn't notice it, I happened to notice it because I was looking specifically for errors. But most people wouldn't know if their property is rezoned accidentally, whether it's in favor or not. So what would the law be that, okay, there was, let's say, for example, let's say there is a mistake in the online zone map. That becomes the law, or is the law the last time a zoning map was documented, or I don't know.
It's not a question of what is the law, it's a question of the reliance on what people know, which is
Okay.
exactly what the applicant did. It relied on what the township said
Okay.
this zone was.
Okay.
So if the zoning board renders an interpretation, well, I don't want to prejudge what's going to happen to this application, but the zoning board is within its rights to render an interpretation based on evidence presented before it as to whether or not this particular property is in the NC zone. It's a straightforward interpretive question, at least in my humble opinion.
Yeah, because the other, I mean, I understand why the R2 zone included this property. This property has no commercial behind it. The property that is in the NC zone has commercial behind it. So I could see that 25 years ago or whenever, someone would say, here's a logical place to draw the line, because here's some commercial there. But there is no commercial in lot 12, or lot 18, I'm sorry. Okay, but that's beside the point right now. Thank you.
So just to be clear, this body has no right to adjudicate this question, but we can do any of the other questions that we have the powers to adjudicate. So we should probably, just as a practical matter, continue with what we're doing, and then just let everybody know that if they would like to appeal this, it is to our sister body, and just not worry about
And
it.
to be clear about your being clear, if the board determines, let's just assume, either way, it doesn't matter. If the board denies the application or grants the application, that becomes res judicata, meaning that's a decision of the board. That can't and won't be overturned except if there is an action brought in Superior Court and the judge in that court determines that the board, this board, acted in an arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable manner.
Exactly. So we would just continue with what we're normally doing and set
We're
aside.
hearing this application.
Hear the application.
Presumptively, the property is in the NC zone.
Exactly.
Mr. Trembulak, I think you had another witness that you wanted to call, unless you're,
Well, I'm
Wanting to
waiting
take-
for the next
do-
curveball to come first.
well, if you need a couple minutes to
No.
read and,
No, well, we're not, he's ready, because we're
Okay.
not, I mean, this issue's been decided for the purposes of this application. Am I correct? This board has to assume that the property is zoned neighborhood commercial.
The board hasn't made that decision. It's simply hearing your application, and presumptively, it's in the NC zone. It is assuming that the property, but the board is not being asked to make that decision. It has no ability to interpret the ordinance. Or the zoning map, actually.
Okay.
Do we need more advice, or we okay? Okay. Okay.
Okay. William Stimmel, my next witness.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do?
May I ask you to state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Sure. William Stimmel, Stimmel. I'm with Stimmel Engineering. My professional address is P.O. Box 280, Rutherford, New Jersey.
All right, Mr. Stimmel, I know you've appeared before this board on several applications testifying as a planner. I'm not sure whether you've testified before the board as a professional engineer. Whether you have or you haven't, I would like you to discuss your credentials as a professional engineer and your qualifications and experience as such, and particularly in the field of traffic engineering.
Sure. I'm a graduate of NJIT with a degree in civil engineering. I've been employed for the past 26 years in the state of New Jersey as an engineer and a planner with a particular focus in traffic engineering. I've been a licensed engineer since 2004, a licensed planner since 2010. I'm a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers and a certified professional traffic operations engineer. I also had previously served as an adjunct at NJIT in the civil engineering department, teaching a senior level design class in traffic and transportation engineering. And I've testified in front of many boards, including both the planning and zoning boards in Montclair.
Okay. And as a member of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, I assume you're familiar with the various manuals published by that or professional organization?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm offering Mr. Stimmel as a professional engineer and as a professional planner.
And you say your licenses are current in both?
Yes, licenses are current in both. They're up for renewal in April and May this year.
I'm familiar with the April one. Yes, we'll accept you as both. And if you could just move the microphone so it's a little bit more in line with your mouth, that would be, I think, helpful for folks listening.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, Mr. Stimmel, you want to, you've reviewed this application, you're prepared to discuss the planning considerations relating to the application, as well as the, most importantly, the variance that's being sought for parking deficiency, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right, so why don't you begin by just briefly discussing the existing conditions of the property and then what's proposed for the property.
Certainly. Just very briefly, the existing conditions are that the site consists of an irregularly shaped parcel with an area of 12,366 square feet, roughly 0.28 acres. It's currently occupied with a two-family dwelling. The existing use is non-conforming to the requirements of the zone. It's primarily a commercial zone and permits residential as part of a mixed-use building. So if the site were vacant and were to be developed with the two-family that exists there now, that would require a D variance. The property is bound by residential lots to the north and to the west, and a mixed-use lot to the south, and then Park Street to the east. There is vehicular access to the property via curb cut along southbound Park Street. For the proposed conditions, the applicant proposes to demolish all existing structures on the subject property and construct a new 3-story mixed-use building. The building will have 900 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor, 7 residential units on the upper floors. The 7 residential units will consist of 4 2-bedroom units and 3 3-bedroom units. Vehicular access, again, will be via a curb cut leading beneath the building to a paved parking area at the rear. The majority of the paved parking and circulation areas will be covered by the building. As far as landscaping is concerned, the existing trees are to be maintained along the perimeter of the site where possible, and extensive landscaping is proposed along the perimeter for aesthetic and screening purposes. And I'd refer the board to Architectural Plan L101.00, which has already been testified to by Mr. Schweitzer. In terms of drainage improvements on the property, the applicant's proposing to construct a trench drain at the driveway entrance, which is connected to a seepage pit within the interior of the site. And then there's extensive lighting to be provided at the building opening, underneath the building, and in the parking and pedestrian circulation areas.
Okay. So would you then discuss the zoning for this property?
Certainly. The site is located in the Watchung Plaza Station area per the Unified Land Use and Circulation Plan. The site itself is located in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zone. Permitted uses per ordinance section 347-90 are mixed-use buildings, retail, personal service, restaurants, business, professional, and medical office, educational play center, churches, charitable institutions, municipal facilities, and then also cannabis retailers, but only on a section of Valley Road. So based on the above, the proposed mixed-use building is permitted use on the property, has satisfied the conditions, and is considered to be a permitted use in the zone. As far as the existing development on the site and in the surrounding area, again, the site's developed with a non-conforming two-family dwelling. Per the testimony from our client at an earlier hearing, it's currently rented to 10 college students. The rear of the property is developed with a paved parking and circulation area and a detached garage. The layout of the parking isn't exactly clear, but there's parking in the rear of the property right now for at least 12 vehicles. Lots to the north of us on Park Street are primarily one- and two-family dwellings. Lots to the south of us are primarily mixed-use or fully commercial. And this pattern is reflective of the permitted uses in the area where the site is located, as lots to the south are located in the neighborhood commercial zone, and the lots to the north are in the two-family zone.
You talk, and you've reviewed the site plan that's been submitted and the zoning chart that's included in the site plan, correct?
I have, yes.
Okay, and can you indicate, based upon your review of the site plan and the application and everything else that's been presented in this hearing, what, if any, variances are required in connection with this application?
Sure. The first consideration is the presence of any D variances. The D variances, as the board knows, are related to the nature of the use or the intensity of the use. I just spoke about it a moment ago, but the mixed-use building is permitted in the zone. We comply with the density requirement. We comply with the height requirement. So at least based on the information available to the applicant at the time the application was filed, it's appropriately in front of the planning board. There's no D variances associated with the application. In terms of C variances, there have been some revisions to the plans based on comments raised from the board members and just an intent on the part of the applicant to try and make the building as conforming as possible. And at this point, the number of variances has been reduced to just one, which is the C variance for the parking requirement. The minimum parking supply of 18 parking spaces required, 16 parking spaces proposed. So we're two off of the parking requirement. We did spend a lot of time talking internally about the needs of the project, and one of the big concerns was that the overnight parking demand for the residential component of the use be fully satisfied, and it is. The parking calculation provided on the plan by Mr. Anderson is based on the RSIS, which gives the maximum number of parking spaces allowed.
Let's talk about the RSIS,
Yeah.
because I think we need to dive a little deeply into that. You just indicated that RSIS currently provides that the required number of parking spaces for a two-bedroom or a three-bedroom, as spelled out in those standards, is now considered to be the maximum that can be required. Isn't it correct that up until a few years ago, RSIS required that those were minimums?
Yeah, the board could not previously require more parking than was provided in the RSIS, and now the applicant can provide no more parking than what's noted in the RSIS. So that's effectively a maximum parking for the residential component of the use.
Okay.
Is that a state law?
Yes, the state residential site improvement standards, we talk in abbreviations too much, probably.
I just,
It's actually, I think it's in the administrative code.
Yes, it's part of the administrative code. Right.
so it's an NJAC.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
it's a state law, and there's nothing that we can do to change that, is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
And the town ordinance is tied into RSIS, so RSIS really governs in determining the parking requirements in Montclair for residential.
For residential, yes.
Right, okay. Now, RSIS also provides, correct me if I'm wrong, that a planning board or another reviewing body may allow for fewer parking spaces when there are, considerations or factors that justify fewer parking. Is that right?
Correct. There are four conditions that are referenced in the RSIS as specifically being a valid basis for reducing the parking requirement. The first is household characteristics, which is a category of census data that talks about the vehicles available per household in the municipality. Second is access to mass transit, which I think is straightforward enough. The third is geographic location, which means the nature of the site and the surrounding area. And the fourth is off-site parking resources, which generally refers to street parking, but can also refer to community or municipal parking. The RSIS also says that where housing is included in a mixed-use development, a shared parking approach to the provision of parking shall be permitted.
Then can you elaborate on the shared parking? I mean, it's a mandatory provision in RSIS, shall be permitted, shared parking approach.
It's a shall statement, yes.
Okay.
The board, I'm sure, is probably familiar with the concept of shared parking, but basically where you have two different types of uses, there's an understanding that those uses, if they each require 20 parking spaces, may not require 40 parking spaces in conjunction because their peak demand for parking varies at different times of day and days of the week. So, for example, the proposed restaurant and the residential apartments upstairs would be a valid situation where you could apply a shared parking concept. It's mentioned several times, the idea of shared parking, that is mentioned several times in the unified land use and circulation element, both for the township as a whole, but specifically for the Watchung Plaza area. The land use plan also notes that the parking standards used by the township are generally used for suburban areas with minimal transit services and heavily segregated land uses, which is not typical for Montclair or this area of Montclair. I did do a shared parking analysis. It was based on information published by the ITE and is similar to the example used in the unified land use plan. It's basically a spreadsheet where I took the parking requirement as calculated on Mr. Anderson's plan for a total of 20 parking spaces for the proposed development. That's prior to the application of the electric vehicle credit. I looked at the weekday and weekend hourly percentage occupancy for those parking components, both the residential and the restaurant component of the use, and added it together to find out when the peak parking demand would occur, and found out that the peak demand is actually 14.97 spaces, so rounded up to 15 during the Saturday evening peak period. The parking demand for the site based on the shared parking analysis exceeded 14 parking spaces a few times, both on the weekday and on the weekend, but was generally much lower.
Before you go any further, you mentioned a spreadsheet that lays all this out.
Yes.
All right. And showing you this document that says shared parking analysis revised January 12, 2026. Is that what you're referring to?
That's it.
All right. Let's have this marked and distributed to the board, and maybe you can just explain it in a little bit more detail with the board having the benefit of the 25 numbers and calculation. Because you added it.
8:30?
8:30.
And this is the shared parking analysis from Mr. Stimmel? And Mr. Stimmel, what was the reference date for the ITE publication?
It's the 6th edition of Parking Generation, which I want to say came out roughly 2 years ago.
Okay. Did it take into account the new way of working in the COVID era? To your
It
knowledge?
does. The parking numbers and the trip generation numbers as well are updated on a rolling basis. Older uses or outdated data is phased out over a period of time. For the most part, and certainly for something like residential use, there has not been wild swings in the data as you might think. I think that COVID period where everyone was working at home was unfortunately for many people short-lived, and now office numbers are returning to a little bit more of what they had been prior. But yes, it is updated.
Okay, thank you.
So if you look at, I think everyone has it by now, if you look at that exhibit that was just handed out, the shared parking analysis revised January 12th, at the top of the page there's some general information about the residential parking requirement, the restaurant parking requirement, and again, that's based on the calculation on Mr. Anderson's plan. It provides the specific addition and section of the ITE parking generation book that was used as the basis for the percentages on the table. So the number of parking spaces comes from Mr. Anderson's plan, the percentages come from the ITE data, and then it's broken out on an hourly basis for both the residential and the restaurant component of the use for both the weekday and the weekend. So the column on the right, the bold numbers, are the combined parking requirement based on the components of the use as they fluctuate throughout the day. And if you look at the data, if you look at the percentages, it makes sense. The restaurant, for instance, isn't going to be open in the morning. It shows the peak in the weekday midday period, and then another smaller peak in the weekday evening, and then a peak again, closed again in the morning on a weekend, and shows a peak in the early afternoon on the weekend. The residential, as with pretty much every residential development, the peak parking demand is overnight when people are at home, they're home from work, they're home from shopping, restaurant, school, whatever else they might be doing, and experiences 100% of the parking demand during the overnight period. So if you look at those numbers and refer to the column on the right, the peak for both the weekday and the weekend period, the highest single hour is Saturday at 6 p.m. with a peak parking demand of 14.97 spaces. So that's still below the 16 parking spaces that are provided, on the subject property.
So this shared parking analysis was performed in compliance with the methodology spelled out in the ITE manual.
Correct, yes.
Which is used by traffic engineers.
Yeah, the ITE publications are sometimes referred to as the Bible of traffic engineering. That's where most of our data comes from, both for parking and for trip generation. The way this study was done is in keeping with other shared parking studies I've done in the past, and as the chairman had questioned, the percentages may change over time, but the big picture of it stays the same, let's say.
Okay. So the conclusion that is reflected in your calculations and the methodology and the schedule that's been admitted, that basically confirms that, given the fact that there are different peak hours for the residential versus the restaurant, and you make the adjustments based upon that shared, the fact that they'll share the same parking spaces, the highest parking requirement at any time of the week for this project would be 15 parking spaces, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And 16 are provided?
16 are provided, yes.
Okay.
Just getting back to some of those other factors that the RSIS says are reasonable basis for consideration of a parking reduction. Census data, I looked at the household characteristics, the vehicle ownership per household for this particular census tract in Montclair, and showed 1.7 spaces per dwelling unit across all dwelling types, which works out to 11.9 spaces for the residential component of the use, compared to 14.3, which is what was shown on Mr. Anderson's plan. Talks about access to transit. Obviously, we're close to Watchung Station. We're close to bus routes. There's a discussion of the geographic location, And certainly, this is a walkable and bikeable neighborhood, and that would be appropriate in this location. And then available off-site parking resources. I did take a look at the on-street parking utilization in the area. One of the prior members of our team, I believe it was Mr. DeSanti, but I could be wrong, said that he anticipated that the residents of the building would park underneath the building, the employees of the business would park underneath the building, and most of the patrons associated with the business would park on Park Street or walk or take other means to get to the property. And from my experience, I believe that to be a fairly accurate statement. So the availability of some on-street parking, I think, is beneficial to the application. So I looked at on-street parking on Park Street between Watchung and Gordonhurst, which is the next cross street to the north. I did these counts back in November, thinking I would get to testify 3 hearings ago. But I was out there Thursday, November 13th, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and found a minimum of 22 parking spaces in that section of Park Street. I went again on Saturday, November 15th, from 12 noon to 2 p.m., and found 7 parking spaces available. And this is the lowest number in that window, 12 to 2. And then again on Tuesday, November 18th, from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., and found a minimum of 43 parking spaces available. So the distance from the site to Park in Gordonhurst is about 700 feet. It's about a 3-minute walk using a standard design speed of 4 feet per second. And then once you get to that intersection to the north, the west, and the east of it, the street parking is nearly 100% available. That's where I parked when I went to the site to do these counts, so as not to include myself in the data. So there is available parking. Even at the busiest time of the week, there were at least 7 parking spaces available.
Okay, then would you discuss the criteria for granting the 1C variance and provide your analysis and your opinion as to whether the variance criteria are satisfied in this application?
Yes, the applicant has to demonstrate that the positive and negative criteria have been satisfied in order for the board to grant the requested variance relief. And again, we're down to 1C variance associated with this application. The lot dimensions, the coverages, the setbacks all comply based on the revised plans that have been submitted. So the one variance is for the parking, which would come under the heading of the C2, the flexible C, for the positive criteria argument, where the purposes of zoning are advanced and the benefits in granting the variance outweigh any detriment. Purpose A is the health, safety, morals, and general welfare, and that's advanced by the fact that the applicant is redeveloping a property largely in keeping with the requirements of the zone. It's permitted use, we comply with the density, we comply with the height, we comply with all the bulk requirements, we just don't comply with the parking requirement. As noted in the board planner's review letter, and also based on my review, the unified land use element of the master plan mentions that this lot and the adjoining lots to the north and south are extremely deep, and specifically says that this lot could support additional development with parking between the buildings and the railroad line. This project accomplishes land use goals for the area of providing clear pedestrian connection between the parking and the front sidewalk, adding quality landscaping improvements, and providing adequate but not excessive parking. And it does, of course, provide one affordable housing unit. Purpose E, which is the establishment of appropriate densities, and again, the proposed development complies with the density requirement for the zone. And then the negative criteria, the applicant has to demonstrate that this variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and where it will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. Based on my review of the application and the submitted materials, I see no substantial detriment or substantial impairment based on the proposed redevelopment. We've got a permitted use in the zone. The relief we're requesting is certainly relatively minor in nature. It's just that 1C variance. We have a minor parking variance where we do provide a significant amount of parking on the subject property. And there's some clear indication, in my opinion, from the township that there's an interest in reducing the amount of parking provided, both based on the comments from the DRC meeting and from what's presented in the Watchung Plaza land use plan. Importantly, to us as the applicant, the parking requirement for the residential component of the use is satisfied fully during the critical overnight period. Most of Montclair doesn't allow street parking, so we could keep all that residential parking on the subject property and satisfy it with the on-site parking supply, rather.
Okay. I know you're going to talk about the design waivers, but I'd like you to, before you talk about the waivers that are requested, if you could discuss the issue of off-site traffic. And are you familiar with the case law in the state of New Jersey relating to planning board's consideration of a site plan involving a permitted use, and whether off-site traffic is to have any relevance to site plan approval for a permitted use?
Yes, I know a number of the residents are concerned about the traffic, and it has been mentioned before in the course of the hearing. Unfortunately, the board cannot deny this application on the basis that it would add traffic to an already congested roadway. The authority to prohibit or limit uses generating traffic into already congested streets or streets with a high rate of accidents is an exercise of the zoning power vested in the municipal governing body. That's based on a case called Dunkin' Donuts of New Jersey versus the Township of North Brunswick from 1984. It affirms an earlier decision from Lionel's Appliance Center versus Chitta from 1978, which stated that the authority to review site plans was never intended to include the legislative or quasi-judicial power to prohibit a permitted use. To put it in other words, when the municipality considered what types of land uses were appropriate for this location, they assumed that those uses would generate a certain amount of traffic and said that this is appropriate with this amount of traffic for this site when it determined that this was in the NC zone and allowed this type of mixed-use building. The township has effectively approved the amount of traffic generated by the proposed use. It could have restricted the property to 1- and 2-family dwellings. There's a 2-family dwelling there now, which is of course non-conforming. It could have restricted the intensity of the use by establishing a lower density or an FAR requirement. I would add that the proposed apartments generate very little traffic. The rule of thumb for traffic engineering is that a single-family home generates about a trip an hour during the peak times of day, and an apartment is something less than that. It's a fractional trip, 0.6 or 0.7 trips per hour. The proposed commercial use on the property is about as small as it can be. It's 900 square feet. The road in front of the property is straight and gently sloping. There are no sight distance obstructions. The applicant has agreed to make some modifications to the driveway in terms of providing the speed humps, possibly providing the visual but not audio cue to alert pedestrians in the roadway, and the fact that the building is set back 20 feet from the property line. All of those factor into the provision of adequate safety, and from my review of the materials submitted in the surrounding area, I see no significant safety consideration inherent to this use other than what would have been considered when the ordinance was adopted allowing this type of use on the property.
Okay, and then lastly, if you can address the waivers that are requested as part of the application.
We do need a few design waivers. First, from the planning department letter, the minimum parking dimensions 9 by 19 is required, 9 by 18 is proposed. This complies with the accepted RSIS standard of 9 by 18. Certainly a very common dimension, meets the residential requirement, and is considered acceptable for this type of low turnover parking environment. The minimum drive aisle width, where 24 feet is required, 23.5 feet is proposed. Again, a minor deviation from the ordinance standard. It's still adequate to address the typical passenger vehicles which will be entering the site, keeping in mind that the parking at this location will be primarily used by the residents and will be low turnover. And then there was one, I believe there was still one outstanding design waiver related to the lighting in the board engineer's last review letter, which was from February 13th, which is lighting in a public area, 0.5 foot candles minimum and 2.0 foot candles maximum are what's required, and the lighting levels exceed 2.0 for a small section of the area in the interior of the parking area. And again, this is a minor deviation which only affects a small portion of the site.
Of course, the additional lighting also provides an added safety benefit, doesn't it?
Yes, in locations where you might have pedestrians and vehicles sharing the same space, you generally want a little bit more lighting to improve visibility, and it's considered a safety benefit.
And the higher intensity lighting in the parking area would not spill out or have any effect on the adjoining property owners, is that correct?
No, all the issues with the spillover lighting, which I think were limited to a small section of the property line where we abut the site to the north of us, have been addressed by the revisions to the site plans.
Okay, thank you. Are no further questions?
Questions from the board?
You meant,
Mr. Dees, did you have, or, okay, Vice Chair.
well, you mentioned that the residential use generates low traffic in and out. My question, though, is about the commercial space. You said it's small, but it is a pizzeria.
Yeah.
Do you have any data on how much traffic that use specifically would generate?
I did do a rough calculation of that, and I would caution the board that the projections of site-generated traffic generally consider a bigger space, so the numbers there's some fluctuation with the numbers as you get to the smaller end of the range. I did,
Because the issue isn't necessarily the size of the commercial space, right? It's
Right.
really what is in the commercial space.
Yeah.
And if it's a pizzeria, it's going to be, I mean, their lifeblood is deliveries, right? So there's going to be quite a bit of in and out. I mean, we can't consider off-property traffic, but we have to consider the on-property traffic generated by that use. And considering that the peak is going to be 15 spaces, and you're going to have potentially employees there and deliveries going in and out, how does that impact your analysis of the adequacy of the parking?
The trip generation is 32 trips in an hour, so
For
16
a pizzeria is,
for a 900 square foot pizzeria. So 16 vehicles approaching the site, 16 vehicles leaving the vicinity of the site.
16 and 16 out per hour.
At the busiest hour of the week.
Right, without considering the popularity of it. I'm sure we're all expecting it to be an excellent restaurant establishment, but that seems to me to be much heavier intensity use than we were just talking about, because the residential, obviously, you said it's 1 an hour, right, is for the residential?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
The-
One per unit?
One trip per unit, is that what it was?
1 trip per unit per hour.
Per hour.
For a single-family residence, it's about 0.6 or 0.7 for an apartment. Apartment generates slightly lower traffic volumes than a single-family residence.
So at peak hour, there's really one space available for 32 trips, and we're still talking, like, we don't have a set-aside area really for delivery drivers to come in and out, correct?
We had discussed providing one of the on-site parking spaces for delivery drivers at a past meeting. I did not get the sense that that got any traction with the board, but I could be wrong.
I think
I
we're
don't think the
considering,
applicant is opposed to it.
all options. I think we're just trying to get a sense of what kind of impact this will have in that smaller area. I mean, we mentioned it is an odd-shaped lot, right? So they're coming in and out. It's not like it's like a real easy, I guess, turnaround time. If you have 2 delivery drivers coming in, that could cause some issues. So I would just like a little bit more understanding of how it's envisioning the delivery drivers. How is that going to work? With the, yeah.
Mr. Graham, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my client just mentioned something very important to this discussion that I was not aware of. But given the reduction in the size of this commercial space, only 900 square feet, it's not big enough for a pizzeria. It will not be a pizzeria.
So it will not be a
It will
pizzeria.
be a bagel shop, which is, he indicated it would be.
So that's
one or
confirmed.
the
So it's
other.
confirmed. There was indication that it was going to be a pizzeria, so now it's going to be bagel shop. I'm assuming the hours will be different than from a
I think the
pizzeria.
bagel shop would be open till 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
We're showing 0 spaces in the morning, and it's a bagel shop. Wouldn't we need to relook at this?
Pardon me?
Wouldn't we need to relook at this? The analysis is showing 0 spaces utilized in the morning. And if it's a bagel shop, I would imagine the lion's share of your business is done
In the
before
morning.
noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would still be based on a percentage of the parking requirement for the zone, and I believe it would be the same parking requirement for a bagel place that it would be for a pizzeria. It doesn't.
The analysis that you
differentiate.
did running down to Gordonhurst, right, was taken at a certain time of the day, which this is now all different.
I can tell you that generally earlier in the day, there was more street parking available on Park Street between Watchung and Gordonhurst. I didn't specifically collect data at that time, though.
It does get a little tricky on that
Yeah.
street, though, because you have a lot of delivery trucks at that time. I've actually had one come and head at me at the wrong lane. It gets a little bit tight on that street. So I think that does, to Mr. Campbell's point, I think that does change the analysis a bit.
Mr. Stimmel, I have a question about the shared parking analysis. Isn't there a difference between a bagel shop's heavier in the morning, right?
Correct.
Is it, so how does a morning-intensive restaurant use compare to an evening-intensive restaurant use when you consider shared parking with a residential use?
Yeah, so if you look at the table with the residential data, on a typical weekday, your residential parking demand peaks around 5 in the morning and then starts to drop off, picking up as you get later in the morning. So by 10 a.m., you're down to half of the residential parking is being used. Saturday is a little bit more consistent. It drops off later in the day, afternoon, evening, but you do experience the same thing. I think that obviously the percentages would change if it's a bagel shop versus a pizzeria, but it would shift the peak demand for that component of the use into the morning period. But again, it would still be based off of the 5.7, that's the requirement for the restaurant. It's just that the percentages of when those 5.7 hit would be different.
Is the math constrained by the 20 units that we have to 20 parking spaces that we have to deal with here? I mean, you're taking percentages, but is it?
Yes.
It's constrained,
It-
so you'll
it
never
is-
go over 20.
It assumes that your
16
municipal
technically.
parking
Sorry,
requirement
There's only
is accurate.
16 physical
Physical.
spaces.
So
Spaces.
what's our, I guess, forecast accuracy check here? Like, do you measure this against other mixed-use buildings in the area to understand how these projections might compare to what you can see in actuality?
It's operating off of the fact that the municipal parking requirement, or for the residential component, the RSIS parking requirement, is accurate in terms of the needs of the project. Any use, from time to time, you will have some overflow, but for 95% of the time, you assume that it's accurate, and then it's based off of that, up and down within that set of numbers, the residential component and the restaurant component of the use.
So there is no check. Did I follow that correctly?
There's no check per se. It's an argument for granting the variance. I don't believe that the residential component of the parking is going to be anywhere beyond what we've provided on the subject property. We've got a lot of census data, which is real-world data specific to this section of Montclair, that talks about the residential component of the use. The restaurant may have a little more demand, may have a little less demand, maybe at a slightly different time of day. I believe that most of that demand is going to be via on-street parking. So we did look at different times of day, different days of the week, and showed that at the lowest point, the Saturday afternoon, you have 7 parking spaces available for that section of Park Street between Watchung and Gordonhurst, and then, you know, it's a little bit of a walk, but beyond that, the parking to the north and the east and the west is wide open from the northern end of that study area.
Following that, I think the friction point is that if most residents are home when most of the bagel customers come, then if there's not enough spots, then where do they go?
Yep, you have to park a little farther away. It's a matter of functionality for the business. The applicant certainly doesn't want to propose anything that isn't going to survive there. He had talked about it being his family's pizza business when it was discussed as being a pizzeria. I don't know if that's still the case with the bagel business. I don't know, DeSantis Bagels, if that sounds right, but, you know, it certainly wants it to be a functional business and is proceeding with the understanding that we are close, not quite meeting the ordinance requirement for the parking.
What's the overnight requirement again for the residential? How many spots?
The residential parking requirement is 14.3.
14.3 is required. So then there'll be potentially 2 spots available in the morning, is what we're saying? Physical spots?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And the census data shows a lower utilization, or lower availability of vehicles per household. At 1.7 vehicles per household with the 7 units, that comes out to 11.9, so 12. And that's across all types of housing. So a large house with 6 bedrooms is lumped in with apartments.
Could you please read me purpose D or whatever it was again?
Purpose A is the health, safety, morals, and general welfare.
E.
Purpose E is the promote the establishment of appropriate population densities. D,
Mentioned excess parking.
I don't think I hit on D. Purpose D, purposes of the municipal land use law?
No, you read one that mentioned the phrase excess parking. I was just curious.
Hold on, I'm gonna,
Yeah, that's not in the MLUL. I think that was just your commentary on a particular, one of the factors that's in the MLUL.
it was from the, I think it was from the Unified
the-
Land Use Plan. I'm trying to find the exact reference, though.
It's okay. While you're doing that, I can ask the planner a question, which is, how would we factor in the possibility that the parking on this stretch of Park Street or one block to the north may in the future, in the immediate future, change? I mean that your office right now is working on a demonstration project that would limit radically the amount of on-street parking on Park Street just north of Gordonhurst. So can we take that into account?
You, as a board member, you can certainly take that into account. But that may, who knows what's going to happen with these projects? We don't know what's going to happen, so I really don't know what to say with this discussion about potential parking restrictions with the creation of a bike lane in the future. I can't answer that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neese, you had some
Yeah,
questions, I
did.
think, earlier.
Mr. Stimmel, you said earlier, testified earlier, that you found on average something like 7 spaces. Where did you look? I mean, where was, I imagine you walked the Watchung Plaza area. What was included in what you looked at?
I specifically looked at the area of Park Street between Watchung and Gordonhurst, which is the next cross street to the north. I looked at that small municipal parking lot by the auto repair facility at the northwest corner of Park and Watchung. I looked at the parking immediately adjacent to the Watchung Plaza commercial buildings, as well as the, I'm going to call it the crescent of parking that's in front of the train station. And then I looked at the municipal lot adjacent to the transit facility, going further to the south where it butts up against the school and playground.
Did you include Watchung Avenue in that as well?
I did not include Watchung Avenue. It was generally parked up when I was there. I did not mention the crescent or the parking in front of the Watchung Plaza buildings, because again, those were largely parked up. I felt that given the extent of the variance that we're asking for of 2 spaces, demonstrating that the parking availability on Park was adequate. There was obviously a lot of parking available in the transit lot at certain times of day anyway, but that's not widely available. It's limited to permit holders for most of the spaces.
And when you say the crescent, you're talking about the area that goes around the plaza? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct. It's a curved section of roadway between the train tracks and that small park. And then on the other side of the park is the Watchung Plaza buildings, the Tudor-style buildings with the
The name of the
different-
street is Watchung Plaza, just for the record. 'Cause
Okay.
There is a street called the Crescent as well in town, so not to get the two confused.
Well, I did not count that.
Yeah. No, separate part of town.
But your count was on-street parking. It was not the municipal parking lot over by the auto body shop, when you said there were
I did look at that. I didn't include it in the
Okay,
testimony
okay.
provided.
So the 7 spaces, I think, is that what you testified to, the minimum number that you saw free? That's
Yes.
just between Watchung and Gordonhurst on Park Street?
Yes.
Okay.
Question, I don't know if this is for you or for Arthur. How should we contemplate this testimony, considering that the basis for this analysis has meaningfully changed?
What did you say? I couldn't.
I'm curious how we should think about this.
It is, you just have to speak up a little bit. I heard
Sorry
what you
about
said,
that.
but if you.
Yeah, I'm curious how we should contemplate this testimony, given that the basis for the analysis has meaningfully changed since the testimony started. Right, it's no longer a pizza shop, it's a bagel shop. The hours of business and traffic are meaningfully different. So we're being asked to do math, which I can do quickly, but I'm curious how we should think about this as a board.
I
Did
can
your
add one.
conclusions change as a result of the bagel shop in terms of the shared parking analysis?
I think the numbers would change somewhat. There's a possibility that it could affect the end result. I think the overall picture of the testimony provided, the availability of on-street parking, the census data, the walkable neighborhood, et cetera, I don't think it changes that portion of the conclusion. If you want to think about it a different way, if you eliminated one parking space, one apartment, there's no parking variance, but I don't think that changes the board's concerns. I think the municipality has talked about reducing the overall parking requirement, and some of the board members, one of the board members who had
He's not here anymore.
Not
Mr.
here.
Not on the
Neiman.
board
He was
anymore.
your number one advocate, yes.
had brought it up at an earlier meeting that maybe we should knock out 2 more parking spaces and put it as bank parking, and if it was necessary, then develop it in the future. I think the big picture is that we meet the parking requirement most of the time, and that we can show that there's available parking on the street or in the immediate vicinity of the property for any overflow that occurs.
Would we still anticipate 32 trips, but now we're moving that to the morning hours as opposed to the evening hours? Is that the calculation? Is that still the same?
Yeah, that number would still be the same.
The 32 deliveries, trips in and out?
32 trips.
Trips in and out,
One car pulls up, that's 1, car pulls away, that's 2.
okay.
So that 32 trips is not specific to a pizzeria, it's more specific to what I would imagine is the fast casual restaurant listed here,
Yes.
is that accurate?
Yeah, there's, the trip generation and parking generation data covers a variety of land use, but it doesn't break it out into every single possible restaurant that's out there. So it does generally lump them into categories. Quality restaurant, which is fine dining, down through the ranks to fast food.
Ms. Talley, you were gonna say something about, no?
No.
Okay, I thought you were gonna respond to what Mr. Campbell said.
But what would that do, to Mr. Campbell's point, for the analysis, if we're now thinking about these trips in the morning, when cars will be parked because people will be asleep, right? How should we be thinking about that? How does that change compared to when it was a pizzeria and it was more of an evening use?
Well, I think my understanding of how the site will operate remains the same. I think it's going to be that the residents and the employees of the business are going to park on-site, and that visitors to the business are going to primarily park on the street. In terms of the shared parking analysis, it shifts the percentages around. does have the possibility of additional impact in the morning, but then less impact in the evening and during the Saturday afternoon period, because it's expected that the bagel shop would be closed by 3 o'clock. So it moves things around a little bit.
Let me just see if I can respond to Mr. Campbell's question, then I'll turn it over to you, Councilor D'Amato. I think you have to use your best judgment. You know, they've presented evidence here based on a certain use. You've heard testimony based on how Mr. Stimmel thinks that would change. And you have to, as a board member, as we all do, have to decide how you weigh that. You know, to me, it's kind of a weight question. He's testified, you know, yes, you don't have a revised table. He's testified what he believes. It's up to you to decide how credible that is. If you agree with it based on your experience in town, your review of these data, because, you know, we can ask if they're going to revise it. I suspect Mr. Trembiak will say, no, we'd like to finish this application tonight. So I'm going to kind of jump ahead and just say, you have to make your own best decision.
No matter how you slice it, it's still 2 parking spaces we're short.
Right. I understand that. That's
The
kind of why.
parking requirement doesn't change. We're still short 2 parking spaces. That's it.
Councilor D'Amato.
So there's not going to be any, we're not going to memorialize this announced use of the commercial space in any way, correct?
I anticipated, based on the testimony, putting in a condition that says there will not be a pizzeria.
And that's
too small.
ad infinitum, that this cannot be a pizzeria? Is that how it works? Because otherwise,
The answer is yes.
But
okay.
it can be any other kind of.
But it can, you're ruling out one use, but otherwise, if we're talking about projecting traffic and parking on the space, we would have to assume it could be the heaviest possible use of a 900 square foot space that conforms with the zone we believe this is supposed to be in. So it could be it could be any kind of fast casual restaurant. We could prohibit pizzerias, but it could be anything else. It could be a taco shop.
It could be a retail store.
It could be a retail store.
A little nail salon. It could be, they're all permitted.
Right. So as we do this, we should be thinking most likely, what is the most, the high, it could be something much different. And in fact, the way stores change it is likely not to be the same thing that somebody says.
Well, I think a condition should be that in addition to prohibiting or excluding pizzerias, and I think this would be the case whether the board said it or not, but if there was a change in use and the new use had a higher parking requirement than the bagel shop, then that would have to come before the board because there's a higher
Right.
parking requirement, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Notwithstanding that use could be a permitted use in the zone, you'd be willing to agree to that?
I think so.
So would we sum that up to say, it can be anything that conforms with the zone and also conforms with the fast casual restaurant as described in the ITE Parking Generation 6th edition? Is that what
I think it would be based on the ordinance, anything that doesn't require more parking spaces than what this combination of uses provides. I think, well, I suppose there's different ways to do it. You could either do it that way or tie it to the specific restaurant.
That's kind of what I'm wondering, because you've testified what the trip generation is, what the parking or what the parking, I guess it says parking generation. The parking generation would be based on this one specific use. So I'm just trying to find out how do we tie that to something that's objective?
I don't believe the trips are relevant. I think it just comes down to the parking and what would satisfy the board. Does the board, if the board feels that the testimony exclusive of the shared parking, talking about the census data, the availability of transit, the walkable neighborhood, the potential interest in reducing the parking requirements, the comments from the DRC and so on, if the board feels all of that has sufficiently addressed the two-space parking variance, then I would imagine you could grant the variance. And obviously, if you needed a variance, the future calculation shows you need 23 parking spaces, then the applicant would have to come back at that time. If the board feels that the shared parking analysis, as discussed with the change from pizza to bagels, is critical, and that's the basis for approving it, then I think it would have to be tied to that category of restaurant.
Other questions from the board? I'd ask you, what's your, so regarding the waivers, the parking spaces are short by a foot, I believe, and the drive aisle is short by a foot, or by 1/2 of 1 foot.
Correct, and then there was the lighting exceeds 2-foot candles in the interior of the site. There were 3 left, I believe.
So just going back to the drive aisle and parking space, so with a deficit of 1.5 feet, do you see any issue with that when combined together? Because I think you kind of testified parking spots are generally what's accepted under RSIS, drive aisle, most folks are residents. Do you see those two kind of coming together and creating a multiplied effect, or are you still comfortable with that layout?
You mean conflicts?
Yeah, conflicts. So there are going to be more conflicts because it's a 1.5 foot deficit rather than kind of a 1.5 foot?
To be honest with you, I don't see the 9 by 18 parking spaces as an issue of any kind. In certain limited circumstances, it's appropriate to provide a wider parking space, maybe where you're likely to have strollers or shopping carts or things like that. It's an apartment. Can someone have a stroller there? Sure. Are they really going to take their kid in a stroller from the elevator to or from the door to the parking space?
Probably.
Well, they might. I mean, it's
As somebody who's lived in apartments, probably.
Yeah. It's a low volume generator of traffic. The traffic turns over infrequently. It's residential parking in that parking lot. I don't see a need for the wider parking spaces, and we do comply with the width. I think the length is perfectly adequate. It's a widely accepted engineering standard. 9 by 19 is, it's a little bit outdated, for lack of a better term. I think the only real shortage we have from an engineering standpoint is the 0.5 feet, the 6 inches of width. And unless you're in an area where there's a column, you could still overhang at the back to make up for that. I don't believe the landscaping on the southern property line would prevent that. So I don't anticipate a significant issue with the maneuvering in and out of those spaces. And even if you did have a little difficulty or were more of a tentative driver, it's not the parking lot of a convenience store. You're going to have time to jockey around a little bit and get out.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I may
Please.
Just to kind of piggyback on that discussion, well, it's not necessarily a waiver requirement. You are proposing 2 compact spaces, and the code does allow the board to waive the minimum parking requirements to allow for 8 by 17 spaces, with the understanding that the approving authority finds that such spaces can reasonably be reserved for use by small cars. So I guess if you could just elaborate on that a little more and provide that justification for the board to consider as part of its deliberations.
Yeah, I believe the compact spaces, and I think this was spoken about at an earlier meeting. I think the compact spaces are going to be part of the residential parking that's assigned to individual apartments. So somebody with the smaller car is going to park in that space or those spaces.
Well, I think the assigned spaces are not those 2 spaces, from what I can see on the site plan. Looks like residential units 1 through 7 have assigned spots not in the small car parking. And I happen to be on the lighting plan, but I think it's shown on other plans.
I'm seeing parking space reserved for resident as number 3.
No.
I might be missing it. I apologize.
That's for variance. Yeah. Waiver.
The waivers.
Yeah, the chairman is correct. The parking spaces from 3 to 9 on the plan are the ones that are designated as reserved parking. We could flip that to be 1 through 7.
And I assume if somebody had a small car, that's what the applicant would do?
Yes, yes. It's a little bit of parking management like you have with all these apartment buildings, really.
So while one of my colleagues was interested in not having those small car parking spaces, is it your opinion they should stay, perhaps based on even the shared parking analysis?
It's my opinion that they should stay, both based on the board's apparent concern related to the parking. You may find 5 years down the road that you generally don't use some of the parking on the subject property, but to address the board's concern, I think we should keep them, at least for now.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, did you have anything else?
That was all.
Any other questions from the board? I'm going to suggest before we go to public questions of Mr. Stimmel, we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. We'll have questions about Mr. Stimmel's testimony, and then you don't have any more witnesses, right, Mr. Trembulac?
That's correct.
So then after that, we'll have public comment on the application as a whole.
Yes.
So that'll be the rest of the evening for this applicant, then we have other hearings and things to get to. So 5-minute break, everyone.
you know that in Jersey City, it is becoming the policy that they do not want on-site parking on any building?
I think this is on.
Ms. Talley, are we back recording here? Okay, we are back on the record, and this is public questions of Mr. Stimmel about his testimony tonight.
Okay, Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. My question is that I was here the other night and there was a traffic expert who talked about all of the traffic in the area. It seems to me, I'd like to understand why you're not addressing the street traffic and how it would affect this, and that you're only seem to be addressing the parking as though it doesn't take place in the context of the community.
So the question is, can you explain
Yes,
why it's not, okay.
I'd like to understand why he's only addressing one part of this, and the other night, for a different variance, we heard the bigger picture.
I don't know what you were here for the other night, if it was a zoning board or a planning board matter. Generally, the traffic study or discussion of traffic at a planning board application is a lot less detailed because it's considered, they're all permitted uses in the zone. The intensity of the uses permitted in the zone, as I had testified to, it's assumed that the municipality considered that amount of traffic when adopting the ordinance that allowed those types of uses on the property. So the addition of traffic to the street is not really something for this board to consider, even though Park Street, Watchung Avenue, et cetera, may have higher volumes of traffic, may be congested, et cetera, because it's already factored in, let's say.
Okay, is that true?
I don't know, Mr. Neese, is that your understanding of the case law, that because this use is already permitted in the zone, that we're not allowed to consider the off-site traffic impacts, as Mr. Stimmel has said?
Mr. Stimmel noted the Dunkin'
And
Donuts case.
is your mic, I just want to make sure your mic's on
Yes,
so
it
everyone can
is.
hear. Okay.
So he noted the Dunkin' Donuts case, and that is precisely what that case holds. That off-site traffic is not within the purview of a site plan application. It's just not.
Oh, okay, so that's crazy, but okay, I accept that that may be the law. So going to the site itself, if I understand you correctly, you're telling me that 14 spaces will be used most of the time because most of the people who live there are going to be commuting. That's why they're going to move there, to be close to the train. So 14 spaces will be filled. You're saying that there's 2 extra. Are they for anybody in the neighborhood to park there, or are they solely for whatever the commercial use is of the space?
I'm going to answer the question in 2 parts. The first part is that the 14 parking spaces, I think what you're referring to is when I was saying that when the residential
12
parking
spaces, I'm sorry.
demand peaks, it's during the overnight period. Everybody's at home sleeping, they're home from work or wherever else they may be. So there's the need for those parking spaces during the overnight because you can't park on the street overnight in most of Montclair.
Right.
The second part of that is the availability of any additional parking on the subject property that's not reserved for residents and it's not a handicap space would be open for use by visitors to the building, whether it's visitors to the apartment, someone going to the bagel place. It's not, if you're going to the hardware store, you can't park there.
Oh, so there's no public parking in this building? Is that correct?
It's
correct.
private property.
It's complete private property.
Correct.
And I ask you that because back 3 meetings ago, I thought I heard that there would be several spaces for the public and certainly for whatever the commercial use of the space was.
Well,
I don't think I misheard that.
That's 2 different things. I mean, for patrons of the business, yes, they will be able to park in there, but
But if
you-
I wanted to park there because I had to go to Rosario's to get some meat, you're telling
No.
me I couldn't park there?
Correct.
That's
So
correct.
there's really, outside of the person who owns this building, there is no room for anyone who isn't using the building in some way. Is that correct?
Correct.
We're,
No, I think it was a misunderstanding at the earlier hearing. I don't think it was ever the intention that anyone going to any of the businesses in the area or visiting a friend that lives on Park Street could park in the property. I think the intention was always that it would be for the the residents and the visitors and the employees of the building.
Okay, so, again, if you take the employees of the building and the residents, I don't see that there's any room either for someone wanting to pick up bagels. Because if you have 12 spaces for the residents, and those are protected spaces, I'm assuming, can't just shoot.
It's a good question for Mr. Stimmel.
Are they protected spaces for the residents? If I have number 1, can anybody park there whether I'm parked there or not?
There's one reserved space for each of the units. The rest of the parking is up for grabs, so.
Okay, so there's 7 reserved spaces, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and let's say there's 3 employees. Would that be a good estimate?
I wouldn't want to estimate that.
Okay, can I ask you that question? How many employees would there be? Okay. All right, so I'm going to make an assumption, because there's lots of assumptions being made here. I'll make mine. I'm going to say that there's 3 employees. So now we're talking 10 spaces, and there's 4 left, right?
6.
16? But you said that each unit was 1.7. What was that?
That's based on census data. Each of the households in the census tract where this site is located has 1.7 vehicles per household.
Okay. So we're assuming that the people in this building will only have 1 car per household.
No.
We're saying that I'm saying that I would expect that they would fit the profile of the census tract, that on average it would be 1.7. When you're talking about an average with a small number of units there
Okay.
can be fluctuation from time to time.
All right, so, but they're only guaranteed 1 space, is that correct?
They're guaranteed 1 space, but they've got the right to use any of the other spaces.
Okay, so the second question I have for you is, I think that what I hear you saying is that you make the assumption, or that the statistics support the fact that people park overnight and then they drive out of the apartment and go somewhere else, and then there are empty spaces. Is that the assumption you're making? When you say the overnight parking and then they're gone?
Yes.
I've been going into the Westerly, which is similar to this.
And this will be a question for Mr.
Yes,
Stimmel? Great.
so I sort of want to know what you base that on, because in my experience, that's not what's happening in Watchung Plaza with the apartment building.
Again, that's based on the ITE projections for parking demand on an hourly basis. We had talked about going to the Westerly to look at the parking utilization on that property, but what would the best way to put this be? The owner did not seem receptive to that idea, so we didn't pursue it.
Okay, so what I'm walking away with here is that because the way the law is written, is it true that your study fits the law and fits the board's requirements, but may not be fitting for the people who live in the community? Is that a possibility?
I'm not sure what you're at. The parking study?
Yes, you're doing a parking study that has to do with people coming and going, but because, what I just heard you say, because it's this board, you don't have to look at the cyclists, you don't have to look at the mothers with baby carriages, you don't have to look at Uber, you don't have to look at any of that. Is that correct? So my question is, if you don't have to look at that, then your statistics may be 100% correct. 100% correct, and it may be a detriment to the community, which, when you were reading what this was supposed to be, you actually did say at one point that this has to be in the best interest of the community. Hear, hear. So I leave you with that. I don't think you're going to answer that question for me, but that's my question. So it doesn't matter what the best interests of the community are, it meets all the laws. Is that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I'm not sure exactly what the question was.
My question is, if it meets all of the requirements of the law, but it does not meet the interest of the community, am I accurate in making that assessment? That the law does not reflect necessarily the interest of the community. Is that a possibility here, with your report?
It's assumed from the perspective of a planner that if you're proposing to redevelop a site with a use that's permitted on the property, that's based on the municipality's understanding of the area, and that in and of itself is something that promotes the health, safety, and morals and general welfare, which I think is what you're talking about that I referenced.
Okay, thank you.
Gerald Fierst, 259 Park Street. You used the term non-complying usage of the property. Can you explain to me what that means?
In terms of the existing use on the property?
Yes.
Yeah, I had said that the zone doesn't permit 1 and 2 family dwellings, and the existing 2-family dwelling, which is a little bit unusual in that it's rented to 10 college students, would not, if it was a vacant lot, it would be a non-conforming use if you were to propose to develop it with that 2-family.
I'm sorry, I just didn't understand what you just told me. I'm sorry. Are you telling me that it's non-complying because it is a 2-family house?
Correct. If that was a vacant lot, you could not put a 2-family on that lot without getting an approval for that use.
Do you know how long that property has been non-complying?
Oh, a long time. I'm not debating that.
Has it ever been complying?
I would guess that building's at least 100 years old, so I would think it would predate the ordinance.
Well, I guess, we'll go back to that issue. Can you explain to me then why it is necessary to have a commercial space in that non-complying space when it's already non-complying?
The fact that it's a commercial zone, so you're required to provide a commercial space for any of the permitted uses are commercial uses. You are allowed to provide mixed use with residential as long as you've got a commercial use on the ground floor. That's what the ordinance states.
I see. So it's you need, even though the space is non-complying, anything done to it must have a commercial space.
We're eliminating the existing use on the property, which does not comply with the requirements, even though it's very old, obviously, and proposing a use which does conform to the requirements of the zone.
Mm-hmm.
So the most relief that an applicant can ask for from a land use board is a D1 use variance for a new use which is not permitted in the zone. That would be what you'd need if you were to develop this property with the 2-family that's there now. All we are asking for, because the use we're proposing, the mixed use, the density, the height of the building, all of that conforms. All we're asking for in terms of variances is just that one variance for the parking. In terms of separation from the property lines, the size of the lot, all that complies.
Right, and the waivers are also, there were the variance and the waivers,
There's
2 things, right?
One variance, 3 waivers.
Right, the waivers for the size. I'm not quite sure this is something that you can answer me, but just out of the previous discussion, if we go to Superior Court and find out that, as we suspect and as our research has shown, and which I think has been appropriately investigated, what happens if there is a non-complying usage on that space after the fact?
I feel like one of the attorneys would be better equipped to address this.
It's really a legal question, and candidly, I don't know the answer.
Oh, okay. So it's an up in the air question. No, that's fine. I was just wondering because of this very dramatic discussion.
Sir.
And by the
Sir, hang on 1 second. Please stop shouting from the audience. I'm having a hard time.
Am I shouting?
No, not you. The gentleman behind you that's
Oh.
seated. You're fine.
I thought maybe I was biting the microphone.
I was having trouble hearing what you were saying.
Oh, I see.
And you're at the microphone because of other, comments in the back.
I see.
Yeah, I think that's a legal question. I don't think Mr. Stimmel testified to that.
Right.
But I
No,
think it's a reasonable question. And frankly, it's one, I don't know what happens either.
Right. No, because he was speaking about noncompliance and
Yeah.
stuff, I wasn't sure if that was within his
I understand.
scope.
It's worth asking.
So I asked the question. Okay.
Fair.
Well, those are my questions. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, my name is Donna Pickett. I live at 255 Park Street. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. What's your-
William Stimmel?
William. Okay, hi, William. So you said you relied on ITE data.
Yes.
Do you know how often that data is refreshed?
The data sample is a rolling data sample. As the years go by, they phase out older data, they perform updated counts. So it's continually refreshed if you want to think about it that way, but the data only comes out when they publish a new edition of the trip generation, or in this case, parking generation books, which happens intermittently. I'm going to say every 4 or 5 years,
You don't have 4 or 5 years.
roughly.
I read it was 1970s, the last time it slowly gets refreshed. It's been slowly refreshing since 1970.
I wasn't even born in 1970. I know the book is not that old.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm just thinking that, well, just saying that it's slowly been updated and refreshed since the 70s, slowly. But you're saying 4 to 5 years. So you don't know the last time, 5 years ago?
I think the parking generation book is relatively new. I think the chairman had asked about it. I thought it was about 2 years old. I didn't bring it with me. It's a thick manual, but it's updated periodically. I think I've bought 3 different editions of it since I went into business on my own 12 years ago.
Okay, so back to the ITE data. So your analysis was based on national averages and not this neighborhood because you just focused on that block and lot?
The total parking requirement was based on the ordinance, which is what was on Mr. Anderson's plan. The percentages, as it fluctuates throughout the day on an hourly basis and on weekdays versus weekends, was based on ITE data, which is national.
So you did base it on national, but the ITE national averages and not on that block and lot, or both?
Again, the number of parking spaces required was from the ordinance. The percentages in the table were based on the ITE data, which is national. So it's a combination of the municipal ordinance and the ITE data, which is national.
Okay, do you know if the ITE data accounts for ride shares, Ubers, Lyfts, Amazon, FedEx? Does that data have that, the ITE data? Do you know that?
The way it works is that for a particular use, they'll count the driveway volumes to determine the trip generation. They'll count the number of cars parked on the property to determine the parking generation. So in that, if a delivery vehicle, if an Uber driver, if you have people carpooling, whatever the case is, if they come in and out of the driveway or they park on the site, then that's included in the projections. It doesn't make a distinction.
The data doesn't account for the number of deliveries. You didn't look at the time it was going to be a pizzeria, so you didn't look at the pizzeria deliveries and ride shares and
Sorry.
and all of that.
It doesn't segregate the deliveries from the customers coming to the site.
So the ITE data you're telling me doesn't differentiate?
It does not, correct.
Okay. So I thought I heard you say that you did your traffic counts in November.
Yes.
No, parking counts.
Sorry, you're right, parking counts, yes.
Parking counts. So why did you only do November for parking counts?
Because the issue of parking came up, I believe, at an earlier meeting, and that was the first opportunity that I had to do the parking counts. And when I did them, as I said to the board, I thought that I would be speaking about this in December, and here we are. But I just did it to collect data at the closest time.
So does ITE have any guidelines on this scenario, this block and lot zoned in C in a residential area? Does it give you guidance on doing more than just, how many days did you do in November?
I was out there 3 times. I counted the weekday midday, weekday evening, and Saturday afternoon peak times.
Okay. I don't think this is the right time to ask the board, but I have another pile of pictures of data for 3 months that I gave at one meeting, but I have more that I can give as another exhibit, different times and days. So I can provide that after the meeting as an exhibit, my study that I've done.
I think it would be best if you finish your questioning of Mr. Stimmel.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Finish your questioning of Mr. Stimmel, and then I think she can be treated as an objector, and then you can produce those documents during
Okay.
what will essentially be your case.
Right, because I gave an exhibit like at the first meeting. Okay, so back to you, William.
And then just to kind of play that out for a second, sorry to interrupt you, just so we would get that exhibit, we'd review it, council would review it, and then council could ask her questions about it. If she's an objector, how would that play out?
If she's going to produce evidence
Yes.
for the hearing, then everyone has the opportunity to review it and ask questions about it.
Okay.
Okay. So going back to the ITE, do they give you guidance on doing a parallel study of the neighborhood of other block and lots that have retail space, like the Milburn Deli? Does it give you that kind of guidance?
The parking data was collected on Park Street in front of the property to reflect the availability of parking in the neighborhood. I extended that a little bit beyond, primarily going to the south, but didn't feel it was necessary to include that in the testimony just because of the fact that there was available parking on Park Street. In terms of the ITE, they give some distinction as to, let's say, trip generation, if you're in an urban area versus a suburban area versus a rural area.
But my question was, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my question was, does the ITE give guidance in that neighborhood for you to do a parallel study of an existing business to look at those numbers and compare it to what the proposed plan is?
The ITE says you have to use the data based on engineering judgment. It doesn't specifically recommend counting off-site similar businesses. You know, it's something you could get into. As I said to one of the previous members of the public, we did talk about counting the parking utilization at the Waverly building, but ultimately ended up not pursuing it.
Okay, you can't guarantee the popularity of the business, correct?
You can't guarantee the popularity of any business, no.
Okay. You were hired and paid by the applicant, right?
Yes.
And your role is to evaluate the traffic impacts in support of this application, right?
My role was I was primarily retained as a planner. Then when the parking issue came up, I was asked to perform additional services related to the parking variance.
Okay. Okay, so specifically to that block and lot, when you were doing your study, did you consider the site distance is reduced, if the site distance is reduced, crash risk increases, correct? Did you study that? Did you consider that?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Like the site distance, so like say if there's landscapers, let's just say if there's a snowbank, if there's like a Amazon truck, if there's, at Roy's Hardware Store, he has an 18-wheeler truck there, did you consider, like the site of coming out of that property?
The street is straight and gently sloping. There's nothing, there's no wall or building or anything along those lines to obstruct sight. If you had somebody that, I don't know, parked a tractor trailer across Park Street, you wouldn't be able to see around it, but that's not something we could design around.
Well, that concerns me. You didn't consult with the local fire department, any emergency services?
We got a review letter from the fire department, which was testified to earlier mostly during Mr. Anderson's testimony, but also, I believe, during Mr. Schweitzer's.
And what were the results of that? Did you get the results?
We received comments from the fire department. I believe we addressed or agreed to address the majority of them. Is that correct, Mr. Trembulak?
I believe so.
I'm sorry?
I believe he's correct, but,
Well, can we confirm that?
well, these are questions for this witness. He didn't provide any testimony relating to the fire department requirements, so.
Well,
We
this
had
all has
other
to do with that
witnesses.
block and lot and traffic and types of cars coming in and out. Delivery for the dough, paper products for the coffee cups, and emergency access and ambulance for someone that lives at the apartment building. So I would think that someone that's doing a traffic analysis would be considering those types of things. So that's the question.
He hasn't done, and he's not doing a traffic analysis, because.
I'm talking about the traffic analysis on that block and lot, not on the street, because I
doesn't-
understand,
On this.
Yes.
This lot, our property only?
yes, that's what I'm
Okay,
talking
well,
about.
the fire department has reviewed the plans. I'm sure that they would have mentioned if there was any issue with emergency vehicles being able to.
And you're sure about that? I mean, you have that report. I mean, it's public
Yeah.
for us to see that.
I think you have it too. And there was no
Okay.
comments, about the inability of fire trucks to access the property in order to fight a fire, or the inability of other emergency vehicles to enter or exit the property.
Okay, what my question really was around that with, other traffic going in and out of there, the tenants and the customers for the business. So I guess that was taken into consideration. So did you take into consideration the pedestrians and children that would be coming to that pizzeria? I know it's going to be a bagel store, but your study was based on a pizzeria. So did you take into account the number? Did you consider that, the volume of pedestrians going? Because we have a Watchung school. Kids, pass by there. I see, they go to the dance studio. I see lots of pedestrians. Did you consider that?
We did not count pedestrians across the site frontage. I believe the site has been designed with adequate pedestrian accommodations, both in terms of getting people in and out of the building, and some of the comments from the board members, we put in speed bumps on the internal driveway to slow cars down when they travel alongside the interior door. The applicant has agreed to look at providing visual cues for pedestrians to let them know that people are coming out of the site. But also, the building is set back from the sidewalk, so a pedestrian is going to be able to see a car pulling out. Based on my review, I don't see any safety issue for pedestrians with this proposed redevelopment.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Let's see. I have have a lot more questions, but it's irrelevant based on the law, which is crazy because I have a lot of questions about future developments there and the street, and it's just unfortunate that that's what I should be doing, trying to change that law. But anyway, thank you.
Welcome. Does anybody else wish to ask Mr. Stimmel questions about his testimony? I don't see anyone else.
That guy go, okay.
And I assume you don't have any more witnesses.
We don't have any more witnesses. I do want to speak to my client for a few minutes. I assume you're going to take public comment at this point?
That's the plan, unless you want a break.
Well, whether we do it now or after the public comment is up to you. But I just want to discuss a possible plan revision with my client.
Why don't you discuss that now before we get to public comment, in case the public would like to comment on it, so we don't have to do it twice?
Sure.
So
Yep.
do you need 5 minutes?
Yeah, that
Okay.
should be enough.
Take a 5-minute break. Okay, we are back on the record. Mr. Trembulak, before we get to the objector,
Yeah.
did you have
Yes.
anything you want to let us know resulting from your meeting?
Yes, this is what I wanted to discuss with my client. Due to the change in reduction in the size of the commercial, which eliminates the pizzeria from being a realistic use, and the fact that the intent now is the bagel shop, okay? We don't need nearly the number of seats that were provided for in the restaurant. So what we would like to do, and I would amend our application and the plan submitted to provide that the bagel shop will have a maximum of 10 seats as opposed to the 17 seats that were contemplated for the pizzeria. By doing that and reducing the number of seats to 10, we also eliminate the parking variance, okay? Because you now have a requirement of one parking space for every 3 seats. So the parking requirement for the commercial is now 3.33 spaces. The requirement for the residential remains the same, which is a total of 14.33. You add 14.33 and 3.33, you've got a total requirement of 17.6 spaces minus the 2 space credit we get for the EV stations results in a total parking requirement for the building of 15.6 spaces. We're providing 16, no variance. This is a fully conforming application with a couple of very insignificant waivers. That's all we're dealing with.
Just to clarify.
Totally 100% compliant with the requirements of the zone district.
Just to clarify, you said it was the bagel shop the number of seats will be reduced. Can we just say that the commercial space itself
Yes.
will contain no more than 10 seats?
Sure.
That's acceptable?
I would maybe say it another way, that the parking requirement for that space would be no more than 3.3. However you want to word it. but-
Well, apropos of the earlier discussion about whether or not a subsequent user would have to come back to the board, that kind of thing. I just want to try and wrap it up into a
But I
bow.
think we should, for ease of enforcement, because the numbers work with 10 spaces, 10 seats. I think the resolution should say 10 seats.
Sure, that's fine.
Otherwise, we have to, every time, you
Yeah.
have to go back and do the math.
Right.
So
Understood.
if that's the math that works, that's what the resolution should say.
That's fine. That's the
You agree?
intention. That's the commitment.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. The only other thing I know was discussed in prior testimony as well, that there would be no outdoor seating as well. So maybe that's another condition, just so it's black and white.
That's acceptable also.
Okay. With that,
That completes our case.
that completes your case. Okay. With that, Ms. Pickett, would you like to introduce your exhibits as an objector, or does this testimony, or does this change anything for you? What the what the applicant's attorney just mentioned? Okay, if you'd like to come up. I believe since she's an objector, we have to swear her in, is that correct?
Yes, because you're testifying essentially as an objector. You don't have an attorney, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Oh, and my name's Donna Pickett,
And your address, please?
255 Park Street.
Thank you.
So you didn't ask
So-
me for my name?
So we have 2 exhibits that you've given to us. The board has reviewed them. It's 01 and 02. The applicant's attorney has reviewed them. I think you wanted to introduce
Yeah, well,
what those are.
yeah, first I wanted to say that I have a lot more on my phone. But going to CVS and then going to the UPS and using my printer is slow, and going to those places, every time I went when I had time, because I still am working full-time consulting. It was broken. So what you have is just a small fraction of what I have on my phone. I could submit more, and the thing is, when I print them out from my phone, I don't know if you know this, that it doesn't print out the date and time stamp, so I have to print them out, and then I have to find them on my phone, and I have to write down the time and the day. So I just want to put that out there. But yeah, so what you have there are pictures that I have taken on Park Street at various times of the day, mostly.
Ms. Talley has them.
CO2.
I have one.
She has 01 and 02.
So mostly, I work from home, and my office is near the front, so front of the street, and I take pictures at 7 o'clock. I take pictures at 8 o'clock. There seems to be more school buses that have gone down Park Street. I've called the Board of Education to ask why that was. They just decided to change the route, but according to her, there's more kids that have moved in there between Park and Gordonhurst and up Park Street. So I take pictures of Roy's deliveries. I have to admit, Roy's been better since I've spoken to him. He's taken Saunders' business, but he does have 18-wheelers that are there. I take pictures. You'll see that. I have FedEx, I have Amazon, I have Paper Company, I have Boar's Head, I have Cisco, I have other deli trucks that are coming there. It is like, it's almost like the Turnpike. It's increased. I've lived there. I've owned the house since 1996. I moved into the Fairway section, and then I moved back here in 1996. It was good. And in 2007, I moved back to Park Street, and I've seen the increase in traffic, especially with the Milburn delis. And I go up and walk up Park Street. I take pictures of cars parking in front of fire hydrants, in front of driveways. I have a packet of pictures of pedestrians just to show you that there is high traffic of pedestrians that walk in the area. I've taken pictures of kids on their bicycle. And I do want to state about the light. I think has confused things. People don't pay attention with the light or no light. I've talked to Paul, the crossing guard. He agrees that light, no light, it's still a dangerous intersection. I did see a woman crossing from the west side of Park Street going to the east side of the Park Street. I was on the south corner of Watchung, and I saw a car coming under the railroad trestle, which I called the town and left a message, and I called the Essex County engineer and left a message. When you come under the railroad trestle, you have the green light. So you're coming under that railroad trestle, and as someone said here tonight, you're not listening, not paying attention. They have the green light, and they go across Park, east to west, and a woman was pushing her baby in a baby carriage, and the guy slammed his brakes. It's really changed around there. I had the white walk symbol sign to cross Watchung, and a car just cut me off. They don't pay attention to the light. But anyway, back to the pictures. I try to portray evening traffic, Saturday traffic during the week. We have that dance studio. There's parents, taking their little kids to that dance studio, and they're parking all the way up to Gordonhurst on Saturday. People go there and they take yoga classes. Like I said, Roy's taken Saunders' hardware business, so he's got more deliveries. I know that's a secondary access road. I don't know what that means. That was the next thing I was going to try to study. Because Park Street, it seems like it's Bloomfield Avenue right now, and it's not a secondary access road. But anyway, those pictures that you have are small samplings. I do have more, and I even take pictures in Upper Montclair when I go, because now when I go to King's to go grocery shopping, I'm backed up past CVS on Valley Road. And I know there's a new project going in, or proposed for that swim school where the O'Chase building was. And I sit there through three lights. So it used to be 10 years ago, it would take me, 10 minutes to get from my house to King's, and now there's just so much traffic on Valley Road, and people are double parking, and they're double parking on Park Street, and where I live, that whole area.
Well, that's kind of what
So
the
anyway,
pictures.
that's it, I'm done.
I was gonna say, that's what the pictures kind of showed, parking in front of
Yeah.
fire hydrants, double parking, large vehicles.
Yeah.
Parking in spots maybe they shouldn't, vehicles overhanging or parked directly
Yeah.
in driveways. I mean, that's what I
Yeah.
seem to get from what you circulated. And
Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably similar to all the rest of the photos that you have. It's just
Oh,
more of the same,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, and they park at the gas station there, which, by the way, I have called the town about this too. The tree is missing there, and it would help with noise and it would look better. But anyway, they just park right there. And in front of Rosario's, there's a yellow, they park right there. And they park in front of the Westerly building, right in front of their driveway. The whole street has just changed, the whole face. There's signs, no parking here. And, Roy's got cones out. The deli's got cones out. I have a cone between my driveway and Jerry's driveway. And people are mean. Like, if you go out there, I'm like, they're parked right smack dab in front of my driveway. And I asked them, do you not know this is a drive? I'm like, are you drunk? Like, do you not see this? They just don't care. And then I say, I'm going to call. I mean, you could look at the police log. I bet you from the last 2 or 3 years, you're going to see my number come up on the police log calling for them to come for illegally parked cars.
Sounds like a good place for targeted enforcement, quite honestly, if the township so wanted to.
But by the time they get there, people leave, and then they tell me I'm only 10 minutes, and I say, only 10 minutes, but I have to get out of my driveway, and then I say to them, do you see this sign that says no parking anytime? I don't speak English. After they've spoken to me in English, like they just try everything they just don't care. They just don't care. But I'll stop taking my pictures. I do have a lot, and what I have doesn't show too much.
Well, thank you for sharing what you've brought. We've all seen it, and it does look like it's a challenge. Are there questions for Ms. Pickett? Because now we have to question you, since you're an objector, unless you had anything else that you wanted to raise, but it sounds like you're all set.
I just wanted to say that, like I said, I've owned there since 1996. I've been back there 2007, and I moved back there because I didn't want to pay taxes in this town for 2 pieces of property, and my son was going to private school, and he was going to go off to college, so I thought I would go back to Park Street because that would be a great walkability place for me to go shopping, have coffee, and that dream is turning to not be the dream that I had to have retirement years to, be a relaxing little village. And I was, just hoping that it would stay that way. I know things change, is what you told me. I don't mind change, but I want good change, and I want sensibility, and I want us to follow our town plan, and I don't want us to forget about safety and walkability. And that's my story.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pickett, before you go, I just want to let you know, I counted 34 pictures and 1 sheet that contained 4 color pictures in what we've marked as O2. Does that agree with
That's probably right. The color ones came out from CVS, and they come out like a little Christmas card thing. I pasted them on.
Right, but there was 1 sheet with 4 color photos and 34 black and whites.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know. And I wish I could have printed out more and had the time, but work and life gets in the way. But
I think you presented a good picture of what things are like there, so I think it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Pickett? Mr. Trembulac, do you have questions for Ms. Pickett?
I think just one, Ms. Pickett. So based upon what you just presented to the board, is it fair to say that you think that because there are inconsiderate people who disregard parking regulations, disregard other regulations in terms of parking or where they leave their vehicles running, et cetera, and because there happens to be some truck traffic in the commercial district, that those are reasons for this board to deny my client's application? That's basically what you're saying, isn't it? Because of,
Say that, can you just please repeat the first part of your question? I think what, or I said,
is it your position that because of these, you present a lot of photographs of cars parking illegally, some trucks making deliveries to other businesses like the hardware store, and other people violating, maybe traffic or other parking regulations, that those are the reasons why you think this board should deny my client's application. Is that correct?
that's correct based on common sense and not the law, and I know where you're coming from. Yes, that's my stance.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Are there any questions from the public of Ms. Pickett? No, I don't see any. Thank you, Ms. Pickett.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we've covered applicant, we've covered objector. I think we're on to public comment, unless you don't have anything else, right, Mr. Tremblay?
No.
Public comment about this application. If anybody would like to make public comment, Ms.
Yes.
Ciliata is here.
Claire Ciliata, 279 Park Street. I'll make it quick because I'm tired.
Thank you.
This whole experience for me, I've been to planning board meetings, board of estimate meetings, and I'm sorry to say that it seems like when you guys get started with the law and all of this, that you forget about us, about the people who live in the community. We don't object to change. Your design for these buildings, especially the one for the Watchung, is beautiful. I don't object to that. What I feel right now is that somehow the issues that we're bringing to you are not important in some way to you. Basically, what you say to me is, well, you can't address these issues because they belong to the Board of Estimate, or they belong to the lawyer, or they belong to you. They don't belong to me. And I pay a lot of taxes to live here. And I don't come lightly. I'm not talking about somebody making noise at night. I'm talking about the safety of the community who lives in my neighborhood. Again, you want to put a building up? I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, what are you doing to make it safe for those of us who live there? And when you, Mr. Tremblay, tell us that, for God's sake, you've been here 3 times, they're waiting, it's a hurry. Frankly, that doesn't make me feel very good. That makes me feel like what you care about is getting your client what he wants and not about the community at all. And you guys are all restricted by all the laws that are around you to do anything about it. You have to say yes if he complies with what the laws are. There was another accident there 3 days ago. 3 days ago. There's an accident now every bloody week, or a near accident every day. And I'm there every day. Jerry's there every day, out on the street. So what I want to say is, we're not objecting to change. We're objecting to this terrible feeling that you don't understand how dangerous that area has become. It is not fun. It is not easy. Crossing those streets is a disaster. And somebody's going to really get hit and killed there. And I don't know what else to say, because it doesn't seem to have any effect. I don't know how to change it. I don't have the power to do that. But I'm begging you to please figure out who does, let us know, and we'll work with them, because it's got to change. Well, it doesn't have to change. And you've got a convenience store coming, you've got another bagel shop coming. What else? You know that middle one, that middle building that has the dance studio in, as soon as these two go up, you know what she's going to do. She's going to sell it for every penny she can get for it, and then we'll be here again for the third building. And I heard today that there are builders who are hitting on the guy who owns the low buildings, you know, with Rosario's and everybody, wanting to put up a 3-story building there as well. There goes the neighborhood, if it's not done safely. So please, please, tell us where to go, how to fight, what to do to have an effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think so, right? Because she's still a member of the public, even though she's an objector. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure council agreed with me.
Okay, I don't have a lot to say because you've heard me. I wrote a letter in December, and I did say that it seemed like it was an anomaly that building, and at 258 as well, is in, mixed use, NC. So that was in December I raised that. And I did put in a lot of OPA requests, and if I would have gotten them on time, and if they would have been answered properly, we wouldn't be at this point questioning the zoning. But I do want to say, as far as the law, that you have to have an ordinance when you change zoning. I could not find that in none of the ordinances that I looked at. I mean, I did a lot of scanning on that database, the town portal. There's no ordinance. There was no public notification. There's no documented approvals. There's no evidence of when that map was changed, the date and approval of that map. So as far as I'm concerned, this property is null and void. It's not NC. And I will be appealing to the zoning board. But like I said, I'm finished because I think you heard, through my letters and my other testimony that, how I feel. So I think that's it. Yeah, and someone's going to have to help me, or I'll just call I call the zoning board to see how I appeal this. But as we all know, there's no documents. I've searched high and low. I went to newspaper.com. I went to the Montclair Public Library. You have to, by law, send out a public notification 10 days before you have the hearing. I've asked for that over and over again until I'm blue in the face. And I also want to say those Oprah requests, the state of New Jersey needs to, they need to change that as well. I could not be clearer than a bell on the information I asked for, and I didn't get it. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gerald Fears, 259 Park Street. Well, as I see it, there are two main issues, legal issues, that put the town in jeopardy in this project. As I remember the discussion of fire, the fire department was not enthusiastic about this, and we discussed the smaller parking spots, the turnaround issues that would be in the garage, whether a fire truck could get in the garage. I know it concerns the neighbors on either side, and it concerns the neighborhood. That is a major issue that should not be ignored. The fire department did not challenge, it just was not happy. I mean, it didn't say no, but I think you should. So I think smaller parking spots and compact cars, I know because I live on Park Street, people don't drive compact cars here. I can't see around the cars. The second issue is that after over 2 months of asking for compliance with freedom of information, the legal documents cannot be shown. And we have heard today, I didn't even know, that if you actually do the count, you can see this was miszoned. And, you know, incompetence, cavalier attitude, you can't use a graphic as a legal document. You can't work off of a map. And I think the town is put into financial and legal jeopardy. And I can only ask you to delay or say no until it is clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the public about this application? I see none. Mr. Trembulac, do you have anything you'd like to sum up with?
Yes, I think I need to, and I think fortunately I'll have less to say since we've eliminated the parking issue and the parking variance from the application. I mean, the starting point here is the zoning for the property. People may question this, you know, but you know, the zoning for this property is NC neighborhood commercial. My client purchased the property. He's an intelligent guy, knows what he's doing. He certainly, like any intelligent investor, is going to review the zoning and made a determination as to what can be done with this property. He relied upon that as he was entitled to. The zoning map that's posted on the town website, which I guess goes back to 2002, clearly shows the property as being in the NC zone. We submitted an application 6 months or longer ago indicating that the property was zoned neighborhood commercial. The planning department received that, reviewed the application, did not take issue with that, really confirmed that the zoning was neighborhood commercial. You know, the resolution, the memorandum that Janice Talley prepared in response to Ms. Pickett's recent correspondence to the board, in my mind, resolves the issue. She points out that some of the older maps might be a little bit blurry or not clear, but she points out that the property is clearly identifiable on the 1974 and 1979 zoning maps, and that the review of those zoning maps indicates the property is in the NC zone. Okay. I think based upon the discussion earlier, Mr. Neese's advice, this board has to assume that the property is zoned neighborhood commercial, unless some other body with greater authority determines that that's incorrect. So, you know, we're in the neighborhood commercial zone. I should also point out, can't believe it's 7 years ago that I was before this board representing the owner of what's now the Westerly building. And I think, Mr. Chairman, you were probably on the board at that time. You may have been the only one, maybe Mr. Renawali, I don't know. But what I can say is there was significant neighborhood opposition to that application for a lot of the same reasons we've heard with respect to this application. It's dangerous, there's too much traffic. At the time, there was no traffic light up at Watchung Plaza, but that, you know, there were major concerns about, you know, Watchung Plaza at that time being over congested and that parking was, you know, traffic was a concern. That application nonetheless was approved by this board. Now, I can't say whether any of the neighbors that are here, you know, objecting to this application were objected to the Westerly. But I will say this, that brought the whole issue into focus there for the planning board and for interested neighbors as to what the zoning of the Westerly was and these other properties. Yet, even though you had all these concerns that were expressed at that meeting about traffic, congestion, and similar concerns, no one brought forth the possibility of changing the zoning. Certainly the planning board didn't propose a rezoning of these 2 additional properties in the NC zone, including my client's property. Planning board didn't advance that, and apparently no interested members of the neighborhood, and most of those residents at the time lived on Park Street also. Nobody brought that up, so the zoning has remained unchanged since the westerly was approved in 2018. So we're left with a zoning designation for this property, neighborhood commercial. My client is proposing a building that complies 100% at this point with every single requirement that's applicable in the neighborhood commercial, starting with the use. The use that's there now is 100% residential. And by the way, it's a horribly dilapidated, uncared for eyesore of a building with a parking lot. The entire rear of the property is a paved parking lot. Does nothing for the community, in addition to the fact that it's non-conforming to the zoning, because the zoning in the neighborhood commercial does not allow residential unless the residential is on the second floor as part of a mixed-use development. So we're eliminating the unsightly, non-conforming residential use that's been operated. There's been problems over the years with this property, I know, because it's been historically occupied as like a frat house or a sorority house for Montclair State students. We're eliminating that, and we're putting in its place a building that the zoning ordinance says this is what we want at this property. We want, look, some of the other uses, a lot of uses are permitted, but the first use that's listed as permitted uses is a mixed-use development with commercial on the first floor and residential above. That's what we're providing. A small amount of commercial space on the first floor and 7 apartments, one of which will be an affordable housing unit in, I always forget where the boundary line, Councilor Donna will tell me whether it's first ward or second ward there. It's first ward, okay. So we're providing an affordable housing unit in the first ward, which is obviously a positive thing. We're providing a building that's totally compliant. We meet all the standards. I mean, I don't have to go through them all. We're allowed a 3-story building, 36 feet in height. We're proposing a 3-story building, 36 feet high. We comply with all the setback requirements. We comply with the density requirement. We comply with everything. We even now comply with the required parking. It's a fully conforming site plan application, which, based upon my understanding of the law, really has to be approved subject to reasonable conditions that might be required in connection with the site plan. And I'll come back to the site plan in a few minutes. But, I just need to emphasize what's been discussed several times. I raised this issue at one of the earlier hearings, and I wanted to put on the record at that time our understanding of the law, which I think has been seconded or endorsed by Mr. Neese, because the law is clear as can possibly be. When you're dealing with a permitted use, a use that the governing body has determined is appropriate for this location, that this board cannot consider off-site conditions, most importantly in this case, off-site traffic conditions, and override the determination of the governing body that says this use is permitted and say, no, we think there's too much traffic. That determination's already been made by the town council in zoning this neighborhood commercial. And I'm going to repeat what I read earlier about the law. First, the Bible that we all rely upon, the Cox and Koenig handbook, recognized treatise on land use law in the state of New Jersey, has the following quote on page 338. Quote, "A planning board has no authority to deny an application based upon existing off-site conditions." It goes on to cite several cases. One being a 1993 appellate division case where the court held that site plan approval could not be denied because of off-site traffic problems, referring back to a 1978 case where that principle was first pretty much announced, and is clearly the law that's applicable. The Dunkin' Donuts case that we all, our land use practitioners, refer to all the time. Planning board cannot deny approval for a permitted use based upon traffic conditions. What we've heard from the neighbors is there's too much traffic. And people violate parking regulations, and they park where they shouldn't park, and they block my driveways. I feel for the neighbors. There are legitimate complaints, concerns, but they're not valid reasons to deny my client's right to develop this property in accordance with the standards that this town has enunciated. Look, I'm very familiar with Watchung Plaza. My law office was above the bookstore for 13 years. I go to the plaza a lot now for various reasons. It's hopping there. It's thriving, okay? And consequently, it's harder to find parking spaces. The traffic can be difficult at times, even with the traffic light. But it's a business district, and aren't we fortunate that to have thriving business districts? Don't we want our business districts to be thriving and active? And Watchung Plaza certainly is. And as far as the neighbors are concerned, again, I understand their concerns, but when you buy a house that's very in close proximity to a business district, there are pluses and minuses that go along with that. The pluses are, as Ms. Pickett noted, the walkability. I can walk, you can walk to all the great shops and eating establishments and everything else that Watchung Plaza has. But on the negative side, you're going to have some, negative effects that go along with that. Traffic, parking issues, some inconvenience. It just goes with the territory. But my client, those are not valid reasons. The town can deal with those things, and I think the town should. Some of them are not so easy to deal with. I mean, the problem with DoorDash and Uber Eats, and the Amazon delivery trucks and all, that's a problem, throughout this town and throughout the state, really. And I think we're going to see over time municipalities enacting regulations to somehow deal with those things. But, people shouldn't be disregarding traffic regulations, shouldn't be blocking people's driveways and all that. But again, those are off-site conditions that we're not responsible for, and that can and should be addressed, through the enactment of appropriate regulations or better enforcement, if you will. I don't know what the answer is. I do know the answer is not to deny my client's application because of those concerns, because that would be contrary to the law as I've indicated. As far as the site plan itself, we've modified the plans right up until tonight to try to respond to comments and concerns expressed by this board, expressed by the public. We've addressed, I believe, every comment from the planning department memos and from the engineers' memos. We've indicated that we will comply with Mr. Hernandez's most recent memo to the extent we haven't already complied with his comments. We will comply with every one of his comments, with the exception of the requirement that if the sewer main needs to be replaced, that the cost should be entirely borne by my client. That, I think, is contrary to the law. He should only have to pay his pro rata share along with other property owners that share the use and the benefit of that line if it needs to be replaced. Other than that, we don't take any issue. We don't think a flashing light is necessary at the sidewalk, but we defer to the board. If the board wants some sort of light, I think we would certainly accept a condition that required that to the reasonable approval of the town planner and the board engineer as to what the appropriate, light mechanism would be. So at the end of the day, we have a plan which we think is a good plan. A nice new building, fully compliant with every requirement of the neighborhood commercial zone. And because of that, subject to conditions we've already mentioned, I believe, this is an application that deserves to be approved, and really, I think, has to be approved under my understanding of the law, since we're, we don't require any variances. So I think the waivers, we've got a little bit higher intensity light in the building, but it's the parking area, nothing spreading out onto the neighbor's property. More light in a parking area is usually better for safety reasons. So that's, I think, a justifiable waiver. The parking space size, 9 by 18, is more or less kind of standard. It's what RSIS provides for as a requirement, and our own ordinance allows for parking spaces to be, the width as well as the length, to be reduced, for compact cars where appropriate. And then the backup aisle, we're 6 inches shorter than what's required. There's no question that cars are easily able to back out of the parking spaces and go enter the parking spaces and to leave the building whenever they're leaving. So, for all those reasons, and by the way, I thank the board. I meant to say this at the beginning. I'm going to say it at the end. My client thanks the board for all the time. Spent a lot of time on this application. You made us work pretty hard, but we have worked hard to try to give you a plan that is good for the community and is fully compliant with what the town wants at this location based upon the existing zoning regulations. So, having said that, my mouth is dry. I can't say anything more if I wanted to.
Thank you.
Sure, Mr. Neese.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify the testimony that Mr. Stimmel gave with regard to, because my notes are somewhat variant with his testimony. My notes reflect that the applicant was going to install a fence on the northern side in the event the neighbor removes the existing fence.
Did Mr. Stimmel say that tonight?
No. What he said was that he thought the testimony was that there would be sufficient vegetative separation. So I just want to clarify what the applicant's position is with regard to the fence, the replacement of the fence, because there is an existing fence there now.
On the neighbor's side.
And if the neighbor does replace that. So I just want to clarify that.
We have no intention of putting a fence in. If the revised landscaping plans provide for a substantial buffer that's going to shield the parking lot from view, from the neighbor's property. And that's all the zoning ordinance, the ordinance requires either a fence or a landscape buffer. And we're providing a landscape buffer, substantial landscape buffer, along the northerly property line.
Anything else, Mr. Neese?
Sorry?
Anything else?
Nope, I just wanted to clarify that one point that I have in my notes.
Appreciate that. All right, that's the end of the hearing. Thoughts from the board?
I would say overall, I'm highly sympathetic to the concerns of the public. I think this board always tries to take into consideration the impact of our decisions. With that being said, though, I think Mr. Tremulak has a point that we do need a legal basis to deny an application like this, and I have been unable to find one. I think a lot of these concerns, I would be very frustrated with somebody parking in front of my driveway. I'm very sympathetic to that. I understand the concerns about the traffic. I drive down there and I see the trucks coming, and it's a tight squeeze. I think, though, those are not the concerns that we can address. We don't have the authority to address those as a body. But we are a highly deliberative, very thoughtful board, in my estimation. I think the applicant and his professionals would agree with that, I would assume. And we are very sensitive to the concerns of the public, and we thank you for all of your testimony as well, for all the information that you've provided, all the background. I think the concerns are a lot about enforcement of the parking there, and I think the township's overall plan and policy documents that govern that district. There is, Ms. Pickett, you asked about how you could present your case further and forcefully. You can still go to the other boards and appeal this. The ones that do have the authority to look at that issue that you were talking about, the zoning issue, which we don't have that authority. But in my estimation overall, I think, we pushed back. My primary concern was the fire safety issue, the chimney issue. I think Mr. Wiley did a fantastic job of bringing that zoning, that setback issue to light and making sure that the applicant made the adjustments that were necessary to make the building safer in the instance that the building next door does build up next to it. And I think the applicant, to their credit, was very receptive to that and did make those changes, and we do appreciate that. I was still concerned about the parking. That issue is now off the table. There's nothing we really can say about the parking issue. And I think overall, I would vote in favor of this application because, again, I agree with your legitimate concerns, but it's not within our purview to address those.
I just want to clarify something that I thought I heard you say.
Sure.
Any appeal from this decision, if the board approves this or doesn't approve it, any appeal lies with the Superior Court, not with a different board.
Even the zoning issue, Mr. Neese?
That won't be an appeal from this decision. That will be a separate appeal, if you will, before the zoning.
I didn't mean to indicate that
and
it
I
was a
know you
legal
didn't.
appeal.
I just wanted to make the record. I wanted to make sure
the
record
record's
is
clear.
clear.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
I can speak now. I can be easier because I'm not a lawyer. I'm uncomfortable because I don't think the town ever intended for this to be an NC zone. And I feel confident in that. And I think that it was just a mistake. And people, if you're a developer, you take risks and so forth. And I think because this was so close to an R2, maybe some more investigation should have been done with respect to whether or not this is truly in NC. Based on what I've seen, I don't think it is, and I'm not comfortable. I mean, I think if the zoning board really has authority, and if the developer's so confident that it really is in NC, then bring it to the zoning board, and if you're so confident, then they'll approve it as NC. I do think that it's going to be very difficult, based on what I've seen so far, to prove that the town really intended this to be in an NC zone. I think it still remains an R2, and that's why I have difficulty. So I would vote no, based on not necessarily legal, strict legal concerns, but I think that I'm voting on, I would vote on a property that is not zoned properly according to the zoning viewer map. I think that there's historical information, like the old zoning maps that Janice presented, that show it clearly in the R2 zone.
I'm between the two of them. I think this whole drama hangs on the fact that the property in question is the district border is not commonsensical, and that's driving everything. If this application was for a property that was in the heart of the NC zone, I just don't think there would be any heat around it at all. People would accept it as a thing, but it is not only at the border of it, but in some respects, because of 258, it's out it's even farther outside. And I think this is a very unusual situation. Both the applicant and the objectors to this have the right to essentially appeal any decision we make. It's sort of like a primary, decision that is made, because if we deny this based on something that may be spurious, you can, appeal it in court. And the objectors as well can go to a parallel process to the Board of Adjustment that would then undertake a process that I believe is well known in law. Well, they would investigate the history of it and then make a decision. So I think that does, and it's not a cop-out, that does just mean that there are other bodies. And then most importantly, the issues of off-site congestion and traffic and overdevelopment are totally legitimate, but those do, the crucial thing is that those do fall on the governing body. And when you brought up, for example, Ms. Pickett, you brought up, or somebody brought up, the question of the building south of the Westerly, that could be developed into a 3-story building, that is purely in the realm of the powers of the governing body to so-called downzone a neighborhood commercial area. But it cannot happen after an application has been put in. That is the key thing to understand. That would be the rug pulling that we are not allowed to do in a nation of laws. So I think I am disposed to the idea of allowing the application to go through, because it does conform with what it would be if it's in the zone. But I feel in the pit of my stomach and my heart that I agree with Mr. Nwale that it isn't in the zone. But that's not our decision to make. The last thing I would say is that it's a give and take on small matters here. These waivers, which are quite minor, and we asked for things. I was in that DRC meeting, the development, the feeder committee to this, and we asked for something which was water detention because of the terrible flooding problems, and we were given a pretty good concession on the part of the applicant of almost 2,000 gallons of water that would be detained. So we traded something, we got something. So I don't think it makes a big difference whether we kind of vote, yes or no on these things, but that's where I stand, and it's very difficult. And I just would thank the residents and even the applicant for just doing this in a fair and thoughtful way. It's hard.
Mayor?
I think that it's, well, first of all, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Nwale, for taking the time that you took, and it must have been in quite a bit of time to go through and review data, because I don't think that many of us did that, and it shows the level of thought that you're willing to put through to it. It's difficult for me when you do that and then you show the information that you have, which is conflicting with some information that we've received. Because once I have information that, from what I see, looks as though it is not in neighborhood commercial, then we're told, well, basically, nothing we can do with that we've already started this or whatever. I don't necessarily agree with that, because I always think that there should be an answer somewhere, and there should be some options. We should have some options. It's not, if we make a mistake and we've been drawing this, for a while or whatever, does it make it okay? And I'm just not that comfortable that if we make a mistake, it makes it okay, and then null and void when he's saying it's not even in neighborhood commercial. I don't know enough about the law. I've never seen this happen before in many, many years of being involved with the planning board. I don't know. But I'm just wondering, there are always options, and I don't know that I've heard them. It just seems like, oh, well, it's not neighborhood commercial, now we're going to move on. And I'm not ready just to do that, because I want to know what are the options. So do we get another legal opinion, or, what are the options?
Our ordinance says any interpretations of the boundaries of the zoning map go to the Board of Adjustment So there's no options for the planning board.
Right, but
It's-
can the planning board say that we make a motion that we want to send this because we have some very well-thought-out information that demonstrates something that is critical to this application? Do we have that right here as a body to say that?
And hold up the application, meaning defer deciding the application?
Yes.
Pending an application before the zoning board?
Yeah.
No, I don't think we have that option.
Okay.
We just don't.
And you have case law, or you have something that you can read to me that says that we don't have the option to send it to the zoning board?
If you wish, I'll prepare a memo for you, Mayor, and do what I can to come up with the rationale. But as of right now, this board doesn't have the authority to defer a decision on the application pending before it so that we can refer it to the zoning board. This board is self-constituted to make this decision on the site plan.
I received that even, earlier when you said that, but for some reason, it just doesn't seem right. And I don't like making decisions that don't seem right to me, because if something is wrong, if it's not in neighborhood commercial, and we're just moving along because you're telling us, well, that's a law, I'm that person, well, we need to change the law, we need to do something. I've never been one just to go along with things that don't feel right to me. So I just need to have more information and time to digest this, because it doesn't seem right. He brought some compelling information to me, and when I look at it, it really doesn't look like this is in neighborhood commercial.
I think, I have seen this, and Mr. Tremblak, you can chime in on this, but I think that the board can itself take an appeal to the Superior Court if it finds that an appeal is of some consequence. I don't know.
Or appeal its own decision?
But appeal its own decision.
Well, I don't know about that, but let me just make this point in response to the mayor's comments and all, and I understand the concern. One thing that can't be disputed is that the 2022 zoning map clearly shows this so the zoning map doesn't need to be interpreted.
And that
Here
zoning
it
map
is.
was
It's
adopted
on
by
your
ordinance by
website.
the council multiple times. So that's the legally adopted zoning ordinance that we're working with, that's been.
So will we
by the
never
council.
correct it if it's wrong? I guess that's the question that I have. Will we never correct it if it's wrong because it's there? A lot of things happen. People
But you
make
can
mistakes,
correct
machines
it.
make mistakes.
But
And if there's
you
a
can
mistake,
correct
then
it, but
I would
they-
like for us to correct it on our website, correct it
The
everywhere.
question is.
Yeah.
And this is, they submitted, the time of application rule. That is the zoning that was adopted by the council, the zoning map, and was in effect at the time of application. So, do you want to come back now and we can change it? We can, but that doesn't affect this application because they are guided by the zoning ordinance, the zoning map that is adopted
Exists
in
at the
effect.
time.
Well,
when
let's
they-
ask
when
what
they
you
made
want
their
to do as the planner of the township of Montclair. Do you want to do anything? Do you want to change it? Do you want to go back and see if it's right? And do you want to change it if it's not right? Because I haven't heard anybody in here say, I hear what everybody's saying, it's here. But my question is it right? Just because
In
it's there
my-
doesn't make it right.
I
And so
gave
I
you
want to
my
know,
report.
do you want to make it right if it's not right?
Well, I have to say, I worked with the zoning officer. We submitted a report. From our evaluation, going back to those zoning maps, rather than counting the lots that you did, we basically went from the configuration of the lots adjoining this property. And our interpretation is that it was in the NC zone. So you have my report. Tony disagrees. So do you want to know? I agree. I think that I'm right. Tony thinks that he's right. At this point, I don't know where you want to go with that, because the applicant relied upon the zoning map that was in effect when they made their application. Even if we went back and we amended the zoning map right now to something different, they had the right to rely on the map that was in effect.
I received that, but that wasn't my question, because thoughtful people would probably say something like, Mr. Ian Wally, thank you for taking your time to do that. My, calculations did not show that. Why don't we sit down and look at and see why it's different? Because thoughtful people would really want to know what is the truth here? Not because I did this, mine says this, and because you did that, yours is different. Thoughtful people would want to sit down and look at it together and come up with what is true. So again, I thank you for taking your time to do that, because I think truth is important.
Well, I know
agree,
with
Mayor.
my property
We
that-
have before us an application.
I received that. Thank you, I received all of that. Mr. Trimmelak, thank you, I received what you said as well.
I just want to, if I can just add one final comment, because I'm looking at the zoning ordinance, section 347-4, interpretation of boundaries, which reads as follows: the boundaries of each of these zones as created by the zoning ordinance, as prepared by the Montclair Township Department of Community of Planning and Community Development, and amended through June 22, which is hereby adopted and made a part of this chapter. The boundaries of the zones as shown on the zoning map, amended through June 20, 2022, that's what this is, 2022, is hereby adopted and made a part of this chapter. And
But that
was
also says,
adopted in
there's a note to that, though.
2022.
The note says that it's included in a pocket at the end of this volume. You don't have an online map being in a pocket at the end of this volume. So there's some errors in this code.
There's the online map is attached, is part of the ordinance.
But the sentence that you read has a little numeral 1. It says, editor's note, the zoning map is included in a pocket at the end of this volume, which goes, that sounds like it's a paper map. It sounds like something that's historical. It doesn't sound.
It's also attached to the ordinance.
It's
There's
attached-
a link to the
There's a link to the map, right, in the
Correct.
ordinance.
And
There's a
that link, okay, if you look
It's
at the.
not the interactive map.
I know,
Okay.
I know. So when you click on the link, okay, I'll bring up the example of my property, 37 Clover Hill. I wrote a memo in 17, said it's zoned incorrectly. If you go to the online map, it's back to R2. If you click on the link for the actual zoning map, it's still C2 to this day. So mistakes are being made. And I think that if we should, and you know, we stumbled into this. I think what we need to do as a town is let's get the maps corrected and then move on with good information.
Right.
Meanwhile, this application is entitled to be decided based upon this map, which was in place, adopted by the town, relied upon by my applicant when he purchased this property. I mean,
That's correct.
We filed the application. We've gone all the way to this hearing. You've had your planner review this. You've made a decision. You think that there's a mistake somewhere, Tony. I respect that, okay? I respect you, but that's no basis to hold up my client's application because you think there was a mistake. You think this isn't what was intended. This is what's intended. This is adopted, posted on your website, incorporated as part of your zoning ordinance. How can you
No,
simply
it can
disregard
be held
that?
up. It just can't probably be held up by this body, but it can be held up, and I'm looking at
Somebody
something
can-
that says why the developer usually loses. In cases like this, because it is the ordinance that speaks, not the map. It's the ordinance that speaks, not the map. But again, it's a two-pronged thing. We can pass the resolution which says that this is, that this conforms if the zone is correct. Well, we don't even have to, we're not gonna say the second part. But another body will rule, and it sounds from what I'm reading, that often rules against an electronic map. And it says here, the developer's remedy is typically not the right to build, but rather a possible lawsuit against the municipality for damages or a request for a CRD variance based on the unique hardship the town's error caused them. Which sounds fair to me.
Counselor, where are you reading from, just so we know?
What?
Where are you reading from?
Robots.
Huh?
Google's Gemini, which is a good source of these things. No, and I mean, this,
Well,
this
just
is
to be fair to the
as
applicant,
plausible,
where is this from?
Common sense. It is a reading I'm reading from Gemini. It's an artificial intelligence.
Okay.
Which is a first draft of legal knowledge, but it says it's a normal process, but it is not something that I don't think we decide on.
Janice, you mentioned there's a PDF. Is that PDF different from or the same as the map, the online map, the electronic map?
I don't know.
Yeah, for this site it is.
So from the 22 ordin,
You said for this particular site, for that?
I think both on the online, the online version and
the PDF referenced in the
So the
ordinance. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead,
they're both
Janice.
the same,
They're
yeah.
both the same.
They both showed incorrectly.
No, they could be both incorrectly, but I think that's, I mean, for us to decide that it's incorrect
Right.
here tonight, I don't think is our purview.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anybody else wish to be heard? And you don't have to, just, I don't want to cut anyone off.
I'll make sure that I'm being a good student here. So can we vote predicated based on the finding of how the property is zoned, like contingent on how it's zoned? We can. Okay.
Meaning,
Meaning
if
that we
it's-
wanted,
yeah,
like,
based on it,
we want a determination, or is
Yeah,
that,
if we, because right now we're going.
like, we prove with the condition that it's,
Correct.
is that the?
Correct.
oh, can we condition an approval based on an interpretation of the zoning map?
Correct.
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, that's a good question.
There will be finality in this
Yeah.
board's ruling. Whether it votes to approve the application
Okay.
or deny, it's final.
Got it, okay. And would any other governing body or board take our vote into account? Is there, they're weighing their, I'm seeing head nods, yes.
I don't
Oh,
think so.
okay.
I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think they would take, our decision here tonight wouldn't
not.
inform a zoning board decision, right?
No.
Yeah,
there's no
okay.
basis
it's
for-
totally separate.
It's totally
Yeah.
separate.
Okay.
The zoning board, nothing would prevent them from, for example, listening to the tape to get
Sure.
the information and doing what it is that they're going to do. I don't know how that application is going to be presented to the zoning board, if in fact it is, but that will define how the board, much the same way that you listen
Yeah.
to the evidence before you, and you make decisions based on that evidence. I expect the zoning board to
Do the same thing. Okay, thanks.
I'll say, one more thing about the 2000, I don't have the 2022 ordinance, but the case, after Ms. Pickett presented the fact that the zoning is not, discernible, the argument that was made was that it's been that way, it's been NC since 1974 or 78. Nothing should have changed in 22, but it did. That's the issue, that, the planning board, the planning's letter says that it's been historically NC for years.
What
It
changed
seemed-
in 2022?
Well, you said that the map was adopted in 22, and therefore
Wait,
that
Right, you
declared.
saw the quality of our old map, so we
The
based.
parcels are pretty, well, I don't want to get into, the
You were
parcels are
part of
pretty.
the group that worked on the new
Well,
zoning map.
I missed it. I made a mistake then. I saw my own
We all
property.
worked on the zoning map, so that's when 2016, or 2017.
But
we
as a
redid the
volunteer,
zoning.
quite frankly, as a volunteer, I didn't have the responsibility to make sure that every I was dotted. I was trying my best as a volunteer. I pointed out my property from years ago, but I didn't feel it was my responsibility to edit that map and make sure that it was perfect.
I'm just saying.
And
that
the argument.
You saw the quality of the maps in 2006. In 2015, 2016, our task was to create a legible zoning map, which is what we did, and we worked with the planning board, and we got it adopted by the council. So, yes, I gather that there's some question about this particular property, but there's the only difference in the maps between 2016 and 2022 was we amended the zoning map when we made some changes. So that's the only change. This didn't change between 2022 and 2016 when we originally adopted the new zoning map. You were saying it changed.
Yeah, but listen, I don't want to take too much more time. I'm confident that there was a change historically. This should not be NC. So I'll just leave it at that. I'm confident enough. I know which way I'm voting for this, and I'm confident in my reasons to vote a certain way.
Is this something the zoning subcommittee of this board will want to look at or should look at?
When you say this, what do you mean?
The issue that has been raised by Mr. Ian Wale about whether or not the zoning map is correct or not. Is that something that should be looked at by the zoning subcommittee?
Absolutely.
You mean regarding this particular property or all
No,
properties?
no. Just the map itself. I mean, Tony was
Okay.
saying that, you know, he thinks he saw an error with his property on Cloverdale. So maybe that's a task that should be reserved
Well,
to the
it's,
zoning
yeah, it's still not
subcommittee to look
corrected.
at that.
You know, if you look at the clickable map, the corner lot on Clover Hill and Claremont still says C2. So that mistake persists. Because I clicked on it. The online viewer is different. There's two different zones for that same property. On the online one, it says R2. On the map that you click on, it says C2. So that's just one piece of evidence that I'm quite familiar with. That's a mistake. I don't know.
Well, that's for his property.
Yeah,
For this
that's a
property,
different
For this property,
the two maps are matching, right? So, look, in my estimation, I agree, we should probably have a committee review of this, but for purposes of tonight, I don't see where we have a legal basis to make a determination that it's wrong. That's just where I'm at.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I wish we had the power to do. Wish we had the power to look at this in more depth. Wish we were able to evaluate it and come to a decision on what we think the zoning is, or not it should be, what it is. But I don't think we're the right body for that. I mean, I'm looking in the same book that Mr. Trembulak's got open and trying to see what it says, and it seems pretty clear and consistent with what council said, that that's the zoning board of adjustment power. It's not a power that we have. I wish we could do that. I wish we could take into account off-site traffic. I don't like driving down Park anymore in that area, and I go down at least once a week. It is hard to get down the street. People don't park like straight on the curb. They're tilted out. It's, you know, it's almost at the point where you can only get one car by at a time. You can't have two-way traffic. So I feel for you all that live in that area. It's absolutely a challenge. I wish we had the power to do something about it, you know, but unfortunately, our hands are tied on that, and also now that the building is fully conforming, there's no variances, we don't really have much of a choice outstanding. You know, I understand issues around zoning, but I personally don't feel like we have a choice but to approve this because it's conforming, and we can decide if the design waivers are sufficient to deny, but I don't think that's even rises to the level of a denial personally. So, I mean, that's where I'm coming down, is that I wish we could do more. And I feel for the folks that live around that area, but I think our hands are tied on this. And with that, I would, unless anybody wants to be heard, no, Mr.
Quick
Campbell.
question. Are
Yep.
we obligated to vote tonight? There's no window that we could take this away for an audit?
I don't think
No,
so. I mean,
so it has to
they've
happen right
completed
now. Okay.
everything. We've heard public comment. I mean, we're
Okay.
at the end with, you know, it's a tough position. Again, we make decisions sometime with imperfect information, kind of what I was saying with this shared parking
parking,
analysis,
yeah.
right? You know, it's from January 12th. Like, you know, it'd be nice to have gotten that earlier. Be nice to have it reflect the current intended use of the property. There's a lot of things that, you know, unfortunately, we have to make decisions how we weigh evidence, how we weigh testimony, how we weigh that against the law and what our obligations are and the oaths that we took sitting on this planning board. Unfortunately, we have to make a decision, yes or no, or abstain, right? Those are the options before us.
Fair.
And with all of that said, I would move approval of this application with the conditions that we've discussed, and hopefully Mr. Neese has a list.
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, your microphone, Mark. Your mic's not on.
Now it is. The applicant agrees to all of the board engineer's comments and recommendations, save for the, if the sewer line is damaged, the applicant will pay only its proportionate share to replace the line. The applicant will put conduit in the ground for future EVs. There shall be no outdoor seating at the restaurant. I think the applicant may have addressed this, but one of the conditions I had was that the lighting at the property lines shall comply with the ordinance. The civil plans will be revised to show the building elements at 0.0 feet.
I think that was done.
Pardon?
I think that was done in this latest revision.
Yeah, and I thought so too. There will be some warning device, whether it's building mounted or otherwise, for traffic making egress from the building, subject to the reasonable approval of the board engineer and the board planner. The applicant will work with the board engineer regarding the bollard lights on the north side of the building. The commercial space will not be a pizzeria. It will be a bagel shop. If the
I don't think we're conditioning the approval on it being a bagel shop, right? Didn't we decide it will have no more than
10 seats.
10
yeah,
seats?
I'm not, I didn't get there yet.
Okay, I just,
That's two more down.
okay. Well, I want to make sure we're not counting that as a condition.
The bagel shop, we're not restricting them.
Not
Yeah.
restrict, because well, what it will say is the commercial space shall have a maximum of 10 seats.
Yes,
Commercial space.
commercial space.
So whether it's a bagel shop or something else, but that brings up, and I'm not sure I've phrased this very well, but if the parking intensity of use of that commercial space increases above the current shared parking analysis, a future occupant will need to come before the board. I'm not sure.
I would say the current minimum number of required parking spaces. I wouldn't put the shared parking in there.
I would agree, because I don't think this shared parking reflects what's actually going to go in there at this point,
Yeah.
so I don't want to rely on this.
Okay. And that's all I have.
I would second.
Plus the general conditions that we have, yes.
Or, yeah, obviously.
Standard conditions, yes. We have a second from the vice chair.
I second.
I would say call the roll, if you would.
Okay, Mr. Campbell. All right, Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Ian Wally,
No, especially since
Uh,
the.
Put your microphone on, Mr. Yunwala.
No, especially since the support of the fact that Ms. Pickett's request was denied because it says here that the review of the historic zoning map shows that the subject property was included in the NC zone since at least 1974. I'm pretty sure that's wrong, so I'm a no.
Mr. Counselor D'Amato.
I'm going to vote no, unfortunately.
Mr. oh, we already, okay, Mayor Baskerville,
No.
Mr. Campbell,
No.
and Chair Brodock.
Yes.
All right, denied.
What's
It's
the,
denied.
what's the, denied?
It's denied,
Okay.
4-2.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Can I testify, please?
No,
No,
it's
We
over.
have
It's over?
other-
It's over. Do folks need a break? Do we need to handle
Yes.
our new business tonight?
We absolutely need to
Okay.
handle
Do
the.
folks-
No break, no. It's 11:15.
Well, I know, but I mean, we've been, well, I think I can keep going,
I
but
thought we had a couple of breaks already.
we did, but it's been 2 hours. I like to at
Okay.
least give folks an option.
All right.
You want 5 or you keep going? No, we're here. We still have more business to attend to. I guess
All
let's,
right, I'm gonna have to leave because I'm really starting to feel very nauseous and I don't want to have to sit here and be nauseous. So if we have break and stuff.
So
I don't
we,
think I'll be able to
are
sit
we
here.
taking a break or are we going to?
That we can, just keep it rolling.
Because
but
we
I
really,
can't
we
stay
have.
yeah,
here.
we have to keep,
we have to
I think the
refer
mayor
the-
is,
affordable housing.
Like the mayor's not
Little
feeling well and
under
it's
the
gonna
weather.
head out. But
No,
yeah,
I'm
let's-
not gonna sit here while we go for a break. I've been, like, in fact, I don't know if you noticed it, I've been having a hard time anyway just being here because I'm not feeling well. But if we have to go through break and stuff, I know I won't be able to do that. If we can, you know, move this on, I'm trying my best to do it, but I'm not gonna sit here through a break.
That's ridiculous. I'm a good person, I'm fair, I try to be just with everybody, but that's very disingenuous for you to say that. Okay, and you're basing it on an interpretation. The ordinance clearly states, 2022.
Sir.
that this is an NC commercial zone.
Mr.
There's no
DeSanti,
interpretation. You cannot disregard that.
Mr. DeSanti, it's been decided, I understand your position, I understand your frustration.
It's very
I'm,
frustrating.
I, look,
But there's a lot of changes made.
Mr. Tremblak, I understand.
We're not a permitted use. So unfair.
It's-
Legally, it's permitted.
Folks, I understand the frustration.
Quite frankly,
Legally by my right.
Gentlemen,
I don't feel-
gentlemen,
I don't feel
this has been,
necessity to-
Mr. Ian Wally, please. This has been decided. I understand. We still have another hour of stuff to do. I'm as frustrated as you are now. I understand. It's late. We're all tired. Sir, please. I understand. We are all tired. We need more. We have more stuff to do.
It's not necessary to go down a legal path for no
Gentlemen,
reason.
gentlemen, please.
You really think I'm this big guy
Sir,
developer?
please.
Unbelievable. I'm a hardworking person, Mr.
Sir,
You see me?
sir.
Especially we're both Italian, too. Unbelievable.
Ms. Talley, referral of pending changes on Chapter 85 Affordable Housing, Chapter 202 Land Use Procedure, and Chapter 347 Zoning.
Right, these are extensive changes to our administrative requirements for affordable housing. And I think I mentioned this before, the state of New Jersey amended the Uniform Housing Affordability Controls as of December 15th of last year. When we signed our settlement agreement with the Fair Share Housing Center on affordable housing plan, I guess it was in January, we agreed to have these ordinances adopted by March 15th. That's the deadline that the Fair Housing Act, amended Fair Housing Act, required all municipalities to have these implementation ordinances in place by March 15th. So unfortunately, this was supposed to be considered at the last planning board meeting because it was on the council agenda last week. And since the planning board had not reviewed these for consistency with the master plan, they had to table the second reading of the ordinance. And so the council has a special meeting on Thursday of this week to adopt these ordinances. Largely, for the most part, it's verbatim what is in the state requirements, reformatted slightly to fit within our code. The only thing that we differ from what the state requires is that we have preserved the local preference for affordable housing in Montclair. The state laws clearly say that municipalities are not permitted to have a local preference. They may permit a preference for other households within the housing region, but there have been case laws that determined a local preference discriminates from people outside your municipality. We've kept it in there because I think Montclair has fully met its affordable housing obligation, as I've told you from, when we first talked about the fourth round housing element, by fully meeting our fourth round obligation, including our present need, which is our rehabilitation obligation, we are therefore have more flexibility than other municipalities that are facing an obligation to tailor our affordable housing regulations to meet what we need. And all of our housing plans, our third round housing plan, and particularly our fourth round housing plan, talks about the need to address displacement and gentrification of our local lower income residents who are losing out. And by giving them the opportunity to be prioritized on the affordable units that are created, we are directly addressing the displacement issue in Montclair, which particularly affects, obviously, the lower income households in the township. So I think that this was crafted to be consistent with our housing element fair share plan, which clearly says that the local preference is important. We've kept it in there. And other than that, all the other items in here are really implementing the state requirements. So.
I have a question on Mayor, you have a question?
Oh, no, I was going to make a motion to.
Oh, I have a question before you go,
Okay,
before you go to
sure.
that.
Okay.
347, 156, specifically D, which I think is page 4 of the 347 document,
Okay.
right at the top.
Wait, let me get to the, okay, here's the 347 document. Which page?
4.
Is this the red line version or the clean version?
I think this is the clean version that I
Okay.
have.
4, yes.
It's on chapter 347, 156, D. It talks about the partial unit,
Yeah.
and contributions, cash in lieu. I think that should be revised to also account for dividing by 4 in the case of a use variance where it's 25% affordable. Right now, D only seems to address the current 20%, whereas A talks about having a 25% or 1 in 4 total for these places where there's a use variance.
So you're saying in D,
D should contemplate whatever the fractional use is, depending
Right.
on how it was calculated under an earlier section.
right,
The fractional uses, or the fractional unit, should be treated the same, I would think.
all right, give me then I'm looking at the red line version now. What's that number again?
347-156.
156, 154, 156, okay, D.
D.
Yeah, you're probably right. I did not touch that, so I probably should change that just to match.
What's in A, right?
what
Where
A is, yes.
A mentions a 1 in
Yep.
5, but then a 1 in 4 for a use
Yeah, that's it.
approval,
I
use
get
variance
it.
approval?
Yep.
Yeah. So just to make sure we're counting the
Our
fractional.
math is consistent. I got that.
Correct. And that somebody doesn't say, well,
Yeah.
I calculate differently, I don't have I just,
Yep.
to be consistent. And that's all I had. Other than that, I think it is consistent with
Okay,
our master plan.
good catch. Thank you.
You got it. I would therefore then defer to the mayor.
I have a question about the affordable units. In here, does it talk about our affordable units being for the Montclair residents? Or that's not in this document?
It's in there.
On what page? I'm just trying to get.
Oh, I don't
through.
know which page it is.
Okay.
I know that I worded it so that the local preference, which I believe is in in chapter 65.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I got a bunch of emails in the last couple of days about it, and I thought it was already in there.
It is in here. I did
Okay.
not remove it.
All righty, so.
And if you want, I'll take the time tomorrow to to point out exactly where it is in here. Okay?
Thanks, no, I just think it's really important, since we went through that already, and we got a court decision, and they felt that since we had no further, responsibilities at this point in time, that we are going above and beyond, that at that point in time, I know you said something changed in June or somewhere, but I think it's worth the shot for us to go forward with that and see if we can get it for a local preference.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I took the council's direction and
Yeah.
made sure it was in there, and I will point that out to you.
No, I appreciate it. I didn't see it in here, but thank you.
However, I would like at some point to have some data on the extent to which affordable units that are being marketed to local people are actually being taken up? And then, and that percentage, like. of-
They're all local people.
What?
Any units over the last, since 2018, that have come up and been available have been local residents have filled those slots.
Really?
Yeah.
Since 2018, you're
Yeah.
saying all the affordable units that have come on have been taken up by.
That's what my understanding is from the administrative agents that we've had.
Yeah, my understanding is that it's almost zero.
Who did you get that from?
I've just people in the market.
Oh,
But
okay.
I would like to see a report that just
Okay.
enumerated that.
There's no way, I mean.
Okay,
that
no, I'm not.
They're pulling, because they all, local residents and employees, it's either a resident or employee, goes to the top of the list. And that's where they draw the names from, as of
Right,
2018.
but you have to pass through several small eyes of the needle in order
That's
for
the
it to
number
work.
one. That's
What?
the number one, the very first sorting is local residents or
It's local
employees.
residents, but then people have to be able to move very quickly. People have to be in the market for that type of apartment. And then the problem is that the income and rent compression is such that you have to have a very tight income range and expense range in order for it to make sense. So they may be offered locally, but they're not really being picked up locally because you have a much larger pool of people in Region 2. Anyway, I just would like to see a report.
I'll try and reach out to CGP&H and see
Yeah,
if they will. 'cause
just, I
that's-
would like to see a report. So I have
Unfortunately, they're no longer our administrative agent.
They're not, yeah.
So they don't have our data. So-
Well, I would like, whatever it is, we need to get it.
All right.
And we should have it soon. So in 220, or 202, I'm sorry, 20243B3, I would like to, in the red line insert, I would like it to say, all residential construction of buildings or structures on property used by, and then I'd like to
Which-
cut out,
Can you give me the section again?
it's page 7 of 202 of the red line version.
202 dash,
Land use procedures.
Okay, which one? I'm on page 7.
I just don't want to actually list out the types of religious buildings. So it says churches, synagogues, mosques, and others. I would just like to say on property used
That
by
came straight from the
houses of
state.
worship. What?
Okay, that came straight from the state law. I mean, I can take it out. I'm just telling it that,
Yeah, I understand. Well,
that's.
we're our own place.
So you want to take out structures on property used by, take out churches, synagogues, mosques?
And just say,
Houses-
and other, and you take that out, and it just says houses of worship.
Just say houses of worship.
Yeah, which is more inclusive.
That's fine.
Yep. And any other similar formulation. That's all.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this.
With that amendment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there was something else. I was
that
gonna
is
get to.
consistent with the master plan?
Yes.
That's it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Thank you very much.
We have to pay some bills.
Oh, no, we have
We
more.
got more to go, man.
We have a public hearing for the area need of redevelopment study for
Oh.
619-631 Bloomfield Avenue.
Okay.
Now, we have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Casby's reading the room already. That's
Only
good.
one witness.
Good evening, everyone. I'll wait for this to get lit up. Thank you for your time and for being here at this hour, but I'm going to just give a quick presentation to supplement the redevelopment study that was submitted for review for this public hearing. This is a public hearing to discuss the designation of the property at 619 to 631 Bloomfield Avenue, Block 2209, Lot 12, as an area in need of redevelopment, a non-condemnation area in need of redevelopment.
Just to give the context, this is adjacent to the Montclair Center Gateway Phase 2 redevelopment area. It's a property that was not previously included in the redevelopment study that we did more than several, probably 10 years ago.
Thanks,
So-
Janice. So just to give us a little context, the Township Council had authorized the Planning Board to conduct an investigation of the property to determine its designation as a non-condemnation redevelopment area. We are currently at the public hearing, after which the Planning Board will submit its recommendation to the Township Council, which will then adopt the report or not, and designate the area as an area in need of redevelopment. And that will precipitate the redevelopment plan being prepared. All right, so the redevelopment plan would give the township a host of legal tools to facilitate or incentivize development. There are a host of benefits to, having a redevelopment area designated, from establishing the planning and design standards to facilitate approvals to providing some tax and financial incentives to facilitate the redevelopment of that property. So to earn designation or to be eligible to be designated, the site must meet at least one of the following 8 criteria, which relate to this condition of the building and the general area or other logistic constraints that would prevent a building from being appropriately utilized or maintained in good condition. So as Janice mentioned, this is at the end of the Western Gateway, or part of the Western Gateway. It is almost on the corner and is on the north side of Bloomfield Avenue. There is frontage on Bloomfield Avenue, and through Midland Avenue, there is access to a parking lot with 24 parking spaces in the rear. There are 4 retail storefronts, so that's a little incorrect. So there are 3 small tenants to the west, and then the larger office retail building to the east, and above that are 2 floors of residential units containing 4 units. Here's a map of the proposed Western Gateway District from the master plan. And just for some context, the property is in the C1 Central Business Center area, which is the more commercial area of the C1 zone. It permits buildings up to 6 stories or 67 feet, so the current property is underutilized in that sense. And it also is much less dense than is permitted. We currently are at 10 dwelling units per acre, where 55 are permitted. And here are a few photos of the existing conditions. So you can see some deferred maintenance and the direct visual of what that looks like on the eastern portion of the building. The first photos from the apartment, then the ceiling at the former office beer bar and grill, and then a picture of the skylight, which you can't really see well, but there is some water damage as well at the top. Here is some photos from inside the units. You could see the window condition is mostly okay, but could use some work. And then there's, again, more water damage. Here are some interior shots of the retail tenant spaces at 627 to 631 Bloomfield Avenue, which are the 3 smaller tenants to the west. So you can see a broken down window, some boarded up doorways. There's a lack of ADA access that's also shown here. Here's some exterior shots of those retail tenants. This is, you can see the rear access to the patio. There's exterior condition is not great. Seems to be, the condition around the building. And some pictures from the actual office beer bar and grill space where Mesh was operating for the past 5 years until quite recently. So from our investigation, talking to the property owner and looking at aerial history and records, we can tell that the property has been largely vacant for at least 6 years. The larger tenant space was vacated December 2019, and then Mesh came in 2020. The retail storefronts have been vacant since at least 2018. I think some of them a little bit more, and same with the residential units above. So as we go into our criteria analysis, the 6-year vacancy substantially exceeds our 2-year threshold stated in the statute. And so the building, through its vacancy, has fallen into disrepair. It is untenantable, both the residential and retail portions of it. And the building owner has claimed that it would require substantial rehabilitation to be habitable. So we also looked at the conditions detrimental to health and welfare. There is some deferred maintenance and the structural damage from water and drainage, and then obsolescence in how the site is interacting with Midland Avenue. There can be some improvements on how that parking lot is set up and how the curb cut is quite wide, potentially creating conflicts with pedestrians. So aging interior and then exterior conditions could create a detrimental condition to the safety and public welfare. Then as we see through the pictures, the actual buildings themselves present dilapidated, substandard, and obsolescent conditions. There's broken windows, there's ADA access that needs to be installed for the building to meet current life safety standards. When you go into the building, to the apartments, there's a step up that doesn't provide ADA access, and then the stairway up to the units, which is the only way to access them, is quite narrow and steep and wouldn't meet code requirements today. All right, so our conclusion based on this criteria is that the building is eligible to be designated as a non-condemnation area in need of redevelopment, subject to criterion A, B, and D. So this would present an opportunity for an underutilized parcel in a key downtown area to be utilized to its full potential and better integrate into the streetscape and the historic district. Sorry, that was very quick, but.
Don't apologize for being quick at this point. It's almost midnight.
So this is just one property, right?
Yeah.
This is just one property, and there's some more stores that look not so great. How come they weren't included? Well, no, further up, right? So aren't.
They're already in.
It's one contiguous.
Are already in the redevelopment.
Oh, it doesn't, oh, so is it on the zoning map, or is it still, they still see one on the zoning map?
No, it was never approved.
No, they're all, we've never adopted a redevelopment plan, but those have already been designated an area.
Oh, right.
Oh, they've been designated, okay.
We
Not,
just don't have a redevelopment.
you don't have a redevelopment plan yet, okay, so.
We never adopted it.
Which of the adjoining properties have already been approved as being, with the same criteria that you're placing? So the Fleet Feet on the corner, that's not, right? That's okay?
No.
That's an area need, so that satisfies the requirement that it's a dilapidated property?
Absolutely, yeah. Police station, all of those properties. The only ones that were in area need rehabilitation were some of the residential ones that are on Portland Place.
Wait,
Okay,
so why,
so-
oh, sorry, go ahead, Tom.
So all the purple there is, so this property is the only property that was not included
It was never part of the original study.
because the office restaurant?
We did this in
time.
2015 or 2014. It was actually
But so was Flea Feet, that was okay, right? And that was included, Flea Feet was included, but the restaurant wasn't? On the corner, Flea Feet's on the corner, that's been around for a long time.
Bloomfield and Midland.
Yeah. Are you talking, which building, the Leach building?
No, the corner of,
Bloomfield and Midland.
Midland.
Right.
Is
That was
that
not, that was never included.
That wasn't included, okay.
Yeah,
Because
that
before
was
you
ne-
said, okay, so that's not in,
Right.
but then everything else, including the police station and the police lot in the back, that's all included.
Right.
And there's a couple of those lots back there, the residential lots, they're vacant, right?
Yeah, they're owned by they're associated with the Leach building. Those were included, as was, and we already designated everything except for the first residential lot on Portland Place. They were all already designated.
So you're adding this to the other, are they
Yes.
also designated in the same criteria, the?
No, the residential was an area in need of rehabilitation. Everything else was an area in need of redevelopment.
Redevelopment, okay. And that's what this is going for here, redevelopment.
Area in need of
All right.
redevelopment for this one.
I mean, is the idea to combine this property with the other ones and create a whole redevelopment plan?
No, we have an RFP, I got the proposals today, to do a redevelopment plan for this whole area.
For the whole area?
For the Western Gateway redevelopment area, and we intend to keep this building, this property, which is important because having access from Midland Avenue makes access for parking, an interior parking structure, much more doable.
Okay.
What will the RFP cover? Is it public realm improvements or also the buildings? You mentioned the RFP. What does it include as a scope?
It includes all of these properties
Okay.
to do a new redevelopment plan.
Is that developer RFP to do that? Or
No,
it's
we issued an RFP, we're hiring a consultant.
a consultant
team to do
study
this.
these buildings and propose a new?
Yeah, so like the redevelopment plan would identify the permitted uses, a design standard, any,
A design standard, okay.
like landscaping that would be required for it.
Okay.
So it creates like a sort of cohesive decision of the township that a developer then can come in and use the tools available in the redevelopment plan to hopefully implement.
Right.
So these redevelopment plans, obviously, they supersede, HPC authority and things like that. I want to make sure, some of these buildings are, like the police station, the office building are historic. Are we contemplating HPC protection for these structures?
Yes, we're
These buildings.
contemplating HPC involvement in the preparation, discussing the redevelopment plan, so.
It's like the same way that Lackawanna was
Yeah.
done.
Are we contemplating it, or will it be a part of the redevelopment plan, HPC involvement and engagement? And will there be the weight of law?
I can't tell you that.
So that's a serious concern for me. And then I do have a question. Look, Laboratorio's right there. You have some really successful businesses right next door. What's the reason for these buildings falling into such disrepair? And should this really be considered an area in need of redevelopment or an area in need of rehabilitation?
The request from the council has been to evaluate this as an area in need of redevelopment, not an area in need of rehabilitation. The key difference is.
But why? Yeah.
The key difference is you have more flexibility in doing a financial agreement with the developer and with an area in need of redevelopment. You can't do that with an area in need of rehabilitation.
What would be the benefits, what would the benefit be to somebody who was rehabilitating these properties under an area in need of, what are the benefits of an area in need of rehabilitation? I think that's a better question.
The council would have the option to give them a short-term tax abatement, which basically any increase in their property taxes could be phased in over 5 years. That's it.
And they would still be subject to all of the ordinances and they would still be subject to HPC scrutiny, all of that under area in need of rehabilitation, correct?
It depends on what's in the redevelopment plan.
No, area in need of, if we were to do it under a
Doesn't matter.
rehabilitation plan.
Either way, the redevelopment plan, either an area in need of rehabilitation or an area in need of redevelopment, either one allows you to do a redevelopment plan. the redevelopment plan is reviewed by the planning board, it's adopted by the council. I can't tell you what the council's gonna wanna put in there as part of that. Council's in the driver's seat, but generally, they would probably want to work with the HPC, they would want to work with the planning board and work with we have a series of public hearings and community outreach.
Sure,
to
but
develop
as
it.
we
But
all know, though,
I can't guarantee what your
it's
council's going to decide.
Of course, and the other land use boards, are the authority to shape these plans becomes really advisory, and that's a concern. You're essentially, for me to vote for this, you're asking me to strip the HPC of its power and authority, and I'm not comfortable with that for this area.
I don't think I said it strips you of your power and authority.
But it does. We become advisory at that point, HPC, rather
I
than
don't think I
having the
said
force
that.
of law.
I said
It
it's in
doesn't.
the- it's in the
But Janice, I know that's not what you said, but that's just the practical effect of doing an area in doing a redevelopment plan.
All right, let me tell you, most of our redevelopment plans do continue to have referrals, required developers, any development application be referred to the HPC. So I can't tell you what this redevelopment plan is going to say because we haven't, we just got the proposals today. So all I'm saying is, if the council is in the driver's seat, the council acts as the redevelopment agency in Montclair. And so if they want to, they will determine what kind of role they want to have the HPC, and that's all I can say.
Okay.
I think you have a pretty good relationship with the
So,
council.
Mayor, my concern is, right, when you do these redevelopment plans, they control, right? So the statutory authority of a land use board like the Historic Preservation Commission is superseded. Our ability to shape a redevelopment plan is limited to really just our advice. And the redevelopment plan governs. And if it were to say, call for the demolition of the historic police building or even the building that the office is currently located at, we could just advise against it, but we would have no authority to prevent it. So that's.
But otherwise, you do have authority to.
Otherwise, the HPC's, our town statutes govern. And the HPC would be able to have the ability to prevent demolition of historic structures.
So the the key historic structure, 647 Bloomfield Avenue, is a landmark building, so.
Yeah, but the whole
with the highest level,
business district is in it's a historic business district. So HPC has a lot more authority over demo in those districts.
Okay. I think a bigger problem, is simply that the criteria are uncompelling. Just being dilapidated.
I have a concern about that too.
Yeah,
I agree with you on that,
it is not, because, as you said, the key benefit of having a redevelopment area is that that's the way that you open the door to a financial agreement. It's gained by allowing something to fall into disrepair. And so I will just be honest, the reason that I would be in support of something like this is because it would increase the value of a municipal asset in that area, which is the police building and the associated lot, by creating or pass through between Midland and Valley and otherwise tie it together and give our own municipal assets. But that is not a criteria under municipal land use law that allows you to declare an area of need of redevelopment. And these other criteria are just completely uncompelling.
I tend to agree with you, Counselor. I think it makes far more sense if this were presented as an area in need of rehabilitation. I would find that far more compelling than an area in need of redevelopment.
Yeah, I tend to agree. As I look at it, I'm like, it just feels like a building was purchased and it goes into disrepair, and then now it's an area in need of redevelopment. Knowing it's part of a larger plan, that makes me feel a little bit better, because I think developing this property with the other ones makes sense to me. This on its own, think I would have a lot more serious concerns about it. But looking at the criteria itself, the one thing I was going to ask you, Ms. Casme, was, for criterion D, dilapidation conditions detrimental to health, safety, and welfare of the community, how does this fit that latter portion? How are the conditions inside the building, which to me seem to only affect tenants of the building and occupants of the building, detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the community?
Yeah, I think that section could be expanded on a bit. So I think there's a little bit of a crossover between criterion A and D, but
just
yeah,
looking very specifically at D.
Right. So I think that could be more argued by the actual site conditions, by how the parking is accessed and how that's interacting with Midland. And I think there's some leeway into how the internal deterioration is affecting or could affect the outside condition, but I see your point, I think.
But you only have to meet one of the criteria.
I understand.
And did you talk about criteria A?
Yeah, that's the internal condition.
So if you focus on criteria A, that the generality of buildings are substandard, unsafe, unsanitary, dilapidated, or obsolescent, or possess any of such characteristics, or are so lacking in light, air, or space as to be conducive to unwholesome living or working conditions.
Right. I think it meets dilapidated. I think that it does meet that. Substandard, probably. I'm not the life safety. I'm not an ADA. I'm not swayed by it, mostly because we've heard an application recently where the applicant clearly said, and I don't know if I remember right, it's an 8-unit building, doesn't have to be ADA compliant. So while I would love all of our buildings to be ADA compliant, I'm not swayed by that particular argument here.
We didn't do, obviously, the further studying of a structural engineer
Of course.
code compliance, but there was the incident of the burst pipes after the, freezing cold, and from that we got the notice that there was concern about the structural integrity of the apartments above, while the ground floor could be repaired and possibly the tenant mesh could come back, or who was using the space, they were concerned about how the apartments above were potentially affecting the interior safety of that downstairs space.
That would have been helpful for the report too. I think that's a
Right.
a reasonable date. Well, when you think about unsafe, right, that just goes to support more of the argument on why criterion A is applicable here.
Yeah, I'll tie that back into the criteria explanation.
But is that really why we're doing this? Honestly, is that why we're doing this? Are we doing this because this building is dilapidated? I don't think it's true.
Yeah, and that goal could be achieved through an area
It's fine.
need
I mean,
rehabilitation.
It allows us to do this, but it doesn't compel us. And, tonight, I think we're all just trying to be honest and, follow the law. And, I just don't believe that's why we're here. I don't believe that that's why we're doing this, because we want to create, a coherent plan. And I would like to, make money off of a building at some point maybe, or make it worth more, make it more vibrant, but it's not because it's in bad shape.
Do we know why the building's been mostly unused for the last several years?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can't hear you there, Mr.
Do we know,
Campbell.
sorry, it's a little late.
Yeah.
Do we know why the building was mostly unused for the last several years?
Well, the tenants had left and then they were not, no one came back in. From what we heard from the building owner was that substantial rehabilitation is required before anyone can come in, so.
Can I ask how long has the owner owned the building?
Since December 2019, the present owner.
Wow,
Yeah, it's a long time.
very long time.
And when was it vacated, the property,
Uh,
the tenants?
The last tenant left December 2019.
So they've owned it since
Wow.
19, and the tenants left in 19?
That is according to the tax record, yes.
So he's kept it like this for years.
7 years.
It says the property, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Campbell. Oh, I was just going to recite from the report. It says the property was purchased in December 2019, shortly after the closure of Office Beer Bar and Grill on December 1st, 2019. And the 3 retail storefronts to the west of the former office grill space appear to have been vacant since approximately 2018, based on site observations. I tend to agree with where Councilor D'Amato's headed. It just seems strange that buy a building, it needs work, repairs, so you don't have a tenant, so now it's an area in need of redevelopment. I mean, it sounds strange to me, but I'm going to kind of put that aside. And, you know, if I look this straight for what the council's asked us to do, and does this meet the criteria or any of the criteria? I would say yes, it does.
Respectfully, Chair, I don't think it's compelling enough, to Councilor D'Amato's point, to warrant area in need of redevelopment.
Can I ask a question about the, just going back to the old municipal building, the historic building? So when was that put into an area in redevelopment?
You mean the other properties?
Well, the police building, I'm talking about the old
Yeah,
municipal building.
2015, I think.
So that was put into an area of redevelopment.
Yeah.
And then a redevelopment plan was never,
We worked on it. We had a draft plan, and then it all fell apart.
what was, just so historically, what was it gonna, like, what did the redevelopment plan want there?
It was going to keep the police station. I think there were going to be a floor above the police station. The issue was, and they were going to redevelop the property surrounding it, but the property owner at that time wanted to put storage in the center of it, and there were going to be townhouses on facing Portland Place. So you'd
Okay.
have townhouses facing Portland Place, mini storage in the center of the lot with structured parking, and then you'd maintain the retail and the police station on Bloomfield Avenue.
Well, that's the developer, because, I mean, if we do this, then my mind immediately goes to, okay, like, the consultant comes in, what are we gonna tell a consultant to do? Let's say, what do you want? They're gonna go to the community? Well, like, what's the purpose of, obviously, Mike makes a good point.
Well, PSC&G is in the process of acquiring the properties on Portland Place to move their substation there. So that's part of the part of the issue is we want to have a redevelopment plan with appropriate guidelines to ensure that the PSC&G substation is designed so that it has a soft, positive exterior.
Oh, so they're moving across the street?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, that's
In back of the police building?
right, and back behind the Leach Building. And then we want to preserve the police station, which is obviously a key historic asset, and make that, a redevelopment plan that celebrates it. I mean, I'm speaking for the council and the town, but that's what I understand. And then have appropriate development and redevelopment along Bloomfield Avenue with access, this is key, from Midland Avenue to go to structured parking in the center of the site. And hopefully have egress on Valley Road as well, so you don't have cars coming in and out mid-block on Bloomfield Avenue. So that's kind of the idea. We just don't have all of the.
That's the idea, but it should be in here. I mean, it should.
They're separate. This has to, the redevelopment study has to be adopted on its own. You don't consider, we know that you're going to do a redevelopment plan, but honestly, that has nothing to do with the redevelopment study. And this is, unless that particular property is absolutely necessary for the effective redevelopment of this, of the area. I think that might have to do with an area in need of rehabilitation.
That's if the municipal ownership or just disjointed ownership is preventing the redevelopment of that property.
So,
could we do those same things if it were an area in need of rehabilitation?
Absolutely. The only thing is that you'd have to exclude this property from the pilot. If you do a pilot, all the other properties can be included, but this property would have to be excluded from any pilot analysis.
And so, at no point in time could that property be considered for a pilot? I'm just trying to understand.
It would have to be,
what this last bit is.
because this property is, there's one owner, so this property would be excluded from a pilot. It would have to be under regular
taxes?
and the other properties would have the option of being part of a pilot if the township chose to do that. So this just takes that option off the table.
Okay.
The council's always in the driver's seat.
Sorry, it's very late. It's gonna be very combobulated. But it does seem odd that the town would invest funds and effort in rehabilitating an asset that's private, owned by someone that has let it, go to disrepair, and fund a study to encourage him to do something about it.
Just to correct the record, the township's approach
Yes.
has been any costs associated with the preparation of the redevelopment plan is paid for by the designated developer.
Right.
So we'll get, the township will get the money back if they
Right.
designate a developer.
So if the process would be, there would be a developer designated that would take over the ownership of this land from the current owner,
Or it could be the current owner.
or it could be the current owner. And what kind of urgency would the process demand?
Well,
Is there a
PSC&G
timeline to develop?
Yes, PSC&G calls on a weekly basis. Where are you with your redevelopment plan? We need to move our substation. We're basically, they're putting pressure on us.
So if we
Because they want to purchase some of our property too.
So if we accept this and recommend it, the idea is that this would get redeveloped by a private developer based on this plan. That cost will be offset by them.
Right.
And this one developer will do all of these things.
Usually there's one developer. I mean, this gives the township maximum control. You get a lot more control over what happens on this property through the redevelopment process and all the design standards and the redevelopment plans than you do under relying on existing
Right.
zoning. And I don't think we could accomplish what we want to accomplish here
So
with just existing zoning.
with that logic, then
With respect, we don't know what we want to do.
I know. Well,
I
but
did
you-
not even know that there was a consultant coming, and there is no need to declare a redevelopment area for this parcel in order for the PSC&G transaction to be executed in any way. This is for something much farther down the road. Our experience with the one large redevelopment area in town indicates it is not something that is helping the process along. I mean, this is much more fraught, so I think that certainly this requires.
Much more what?
Fraud, it's difficult. I mean, we're not, and I personally am not voting for any more financial agreements unless it involves a municipal building, and which this potentially does, but.
I'm just saying, just so you know, if it's an area in need of rehabilitation, that offers off the table for this particular piece of property. I mean, again, I have to say, the council's in the driver's seat.
Say that last bit again.
At the end of the day, if you designated an area in need of redevelopment, then the council is in the driver's seat. You get to decide if you want.
Yes, the council is in the driver's seat with 7 people turning the
Yes,
steering
you're
wheel in
right.
different
You're right.
directions.
Exactly.
It doesn't,
You're
it
absolutely
is
right.
not working.
What was the rest of that part?
So
after that?
if you designated an area in need of redevelopment, and it only has to meet one of the criteria, you have the ability to decide if you want to, at the end of the day, enter into a financial agreement and offer them a pilot, or not. You don't have to. If you do designate this as an area in need of rehabilitation, and I think it clearly meets that criteria, then you don't have the option for this property, this particular property, of even doing a pilot. So that's off the table. That's all I'm saying. And I want to make sure that that's just understood.
I'm in favor of sharing the pilot. If we have to have a pilot, there's 2 beautiful words in the English, in the Latin language, ad valorem. Regular taxes are vastly superior. So you have to have a very, very good reason in order to take something off the tax rolls. And so there may be a good reason, but I'm not seeing it now, and I don't think there's a great rush. There's not a great rush, so we can talk about it and somebody can convince me. I don't know.
Well, I was going to ask on this, would you mind showing us where the PSC&G substation's going to go on the map? Oh, Valley?
Well, it takes, it's gonna take all of the property behind the Leach Building and almost all of the parking behind the police station,
Well, where are the police gonna park?
someplace else.
Well,
That's why we need to do a
How come
redevelopment plan.
PSCG can't rehabilitate the substation? Why do they need to move?
Because it's not big, they've told us it's not big enough, they need more property, and they were directed to go to this area because it gives them the larger area that they need to expand their substation, which they can't do in their present location.
I guess I feel like a bunch of transformers. I mean, if this is Bloomfield Avenue, and we want people to live there, just having this, electrical factory there seems, I know historically it was there, it's on the other side of the street, it's that brick building, but it seems like that use sort of interferes with, well, certainly interferes with the parking right now for the police station. Again, I'm not, this is the first time I'm hearing it.
And that's why
They basically will take it if we don't sell it to them.
Although they have powers to do that.
Basically, they have powers, and also it needs to be directly adjacent to.
It needs to be in close proximity to their
It needs to
existing
be right
substation.
Will we get will we get their building?
It's not gonna be physically right on.
Oh,
Well, it's basically a wall, they're gonna have to demolish that.
but will the town get
And
that in
that's-
return?
I don't know. That's what we have to negotiate in this redevelopment agreement. That's why parking has
But
to
you
be
can
provided
negotiate that
somewhere.
now, so if you buy this, we want yours. You can't talk to them like that?
I'm not involved in those conversations. But again, but I think that's why we want to have a redevelopment plan, so it's documented. We have a plan. What's going to be built where, what it's going to look like, where's the parking going to go. That's the value of having a plan when you have these discussions. Think
How could they
about it.
take the parking for seems like, how could PSC&G say, okay, have a police department in Montclair, we're gonna take your parking lot? Seems like that's not fair. I mean, where are the police gonna park?
Well,
Oh, new location. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm behind, sorry.
There's a lot of pieces to the puzzle.
Okay.
But just for clarity, they wouldn't be able to take the police parking lot if they weren't moving locations, correct? Right, PSC&G?
What they've presented to the township is a new substation, including all the area behind the Leach Building and the parking area that's the amount of area that they need, and they're gonna pay the
Right,
township
what's the
for it.
timeline on that? Did they come to us with that, or did we tell them that we're moving, or how did this happen? Like,
The township has had conversations with PSC&G for the past 2 years.
Okay.
3 years.
Okay.
We'll be having them for the next 2 years. I think the timeline will be next
So-
council.
Originally,
Are
they
the-
wanted to expand in front on Bloomfield Avenue. The prior council said no. They didn't want it on Bloomfield Avenue.
Which makes
The bid
sense.
didn't want it on Bloomfield Avenue, so township said, well, we'll sell you our property. That's how this conversation went.
Okay. Okay.
And that's why we are where we are today. How do you design it so you can craft, because if you can craft a substation if you soften it with walls and architecture and a combination of landscaping, which is why we have.
No,
when
the
we did
building's kind of
RFP,
interesting as it is,
The
but,
RFP
yeah.
has to include a landscape architect and an architect so that we can have the right design elements to soften that.
Would there be enough room back there for a parking deck?
Oh, Art, your mic.
I think, yes, we can, if this area is redeveloped, behind the buildings fronting on Bloomfield Avenue, yes, you could design it so you can put some parking there. I think that's the intent. You've got to provide parking on site. So, and that's why we need to have consultant help us design how these pieces will work together.
And presumably, the police vehicles will move into that deck, at least on a temporary basis, until the
I'm
police
assuming that the
department-
police department will be relocated.
No, yeah, the police, I mean, it's a little late to go into all this, but
Agreed.
it's not.
I'd like to get this.
The
back
idea
to-
that it is, we have not decided what is going to happen with that asset.
Yeah.
And we're moving along. My question is why we're having this conversation. Could we get testimony at the next, can we push this off and then get testimony from the owner of this asset who is sitting in the audience very politely? I would be happy to listen to somebody else talk.
This is a public hearing, so if any member of the public would like to make a comment on this proposed designation, step up.
Good evening,
give us-
sir.
Give us your name and address and your comment.
Sure, David Blasek, BDP Holdings, professional address is 7 Oak Place, Suite 240, Montclair, New Jersey. Residential address, 218 South Mountain Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey. I want to clarify a few things. I think there's a lot of questions and some conjecture that's been made this evening about why the property's been held vacant, why the property next to this has been held vacant. As Ms. Talley has indicated, this was part of a larger redevelopment plan spanning the better part of the last decade. We were hit with COVID for a number of years where the municipality was shut down. Under the prior council and under the prior planning board, I think a few of you were members, you probably recall testimony from a lot of the residents on Portland Place clamoring for access to the redevelopment plan, not to be on Portland Place. That was one of the largest sticking points from the residential community. We were able to acquire this lot within the block, specifically wanted this lot within the block to solve that issue for the public on Portland Place. This really mitigates any of the traffic on Portland Place, which is a one-way road, right? It only goes east. Acquiring the curb cut on Midland into the rear of this assemblage really provides another option, as Ms. Talley indicated, to provide ingress and egress away from the residences on Portland Place. So that was the reason for the acquisition. The reason the buildings have been vacant is we've been waiting for the town for a number of years post-COVID to pick this back up. I think for the prior 2 years, maybe even a little bit longer, this concept of PSE&G has been around. So we've literally been waiting for tonight to hopefully progress the ball forward on this. I certainly don't like having vacant property. You know that I've spent millions of dollars reactivating Lackawanna, which is sunk cost, right? It's a temporary activation. We looked at tenanting a lot of these buildings. We've had short-term tenants here and there. The buildings are not habitable. The office closed because it was not habitable by them. That's why they went out of business and sold the property. So I think, you know, whatever you decide tonight, I think the planning department indicated that this meets a number of the criterion. It's obviously adjacent to a number of parcels and lots that are already designated as areas in redevelopment. This would provide for an additional lot that enhances not only the cohesiveness of all the other lots that are designated as a redevelopment area under one cohesive redevelopment plan, but solves for the biggest public problem under the prior redevelopment plan, which is only having access on Portland Place. So that's completely eliminated with the inclusion of this lot in any potential redevelopment plan. Thank you.
And can I ask you a question, please? So you can't do that if it was rehabilitation, as Vice Chair?
I don't do anything. I think the frustration from a developer under any redevelopment process is it is driven by the governing body, which in Montclair is the town council. So you would in fact be creating the redevelopment plan, and we would have to choose to live by that or not, I guess. But you create that redevelopment plan.
Rehabilitation instead of the redevelopment, because there have been some,
Right.
you know, questions about.
Look, maybe I'm in a position where I understand pilots better than the average resident of Montclair. I think they're a great thing. I think as a governing body, we have a grave fiscal crisis ahead of us. Whether or not you see it coming is another question. I think we're seeing it in the schools right now. I think at the municipal level, we are seeing failed infrastructure in our facilities. We're seeing failed infrastructure in our recreational parks. We're seeing a lot of additional expense. I believe in January it was reported that, you know, the municipal benefits for employees is going up by $4 million. That's a significant percentage of the municipal budget. How does that get paid for? Pilots provide a disproportionate share of revenue from property to the municipality. I think that's a good thing. Whether or not some of that gets allocated to schools, obviously a debate for another time. But I think if I were in your shoes on the governing body, as a resident of Montclair, I'd be in favor of including this parcel in an overall pilot to enhance the fiscal outcome of the township. You'll get more money with a pilot than you would ad valorem taxes.
Thanks. I'm going to ask Planner Tally my question later because it had nothing to do with pilots, but thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to make a comment about this redevelopment plan, or this redevelopment study, I should say? All right, seeing none. Does the board have other questions, comments they'd like to explore?
What is the timing on this? And the
15th?
There's no timing on this. It's just
This,
that
we
I-
just noticed a public hearing, so we
I
have to
noticed
hold
as a
it.
public hearing, I issued the RFP, got the proposals today. I'm just trying to move the project along. We can carry this to another meeting if you feel more comfortable.
Carrie.
Motion. Yeah. I was gonna ask a question about historic building.
Yeah.
Is your microphone on, Mr. Ianwale?
Sometimes just facades are saved, and sometimes whole buildings are saved. So I think maybe we'll save that for next time in terms of what's the intent and what's the preservation effort. If the police are moving out, filling that building with another use is sort of difficult. I mean, it's not as if it's a residential building or an office building that's so easily occupied. So, but I think following on Mike's concern about the historic use, and I know that that's ultimately, whatever the guidance is to do what the town wants on the former police building, you know, we should probably, I wouldn't mind discussing that.
Yeah, our purview's exterior on the HPC. Our purview's exterior.
Oh,
We
just
don't, we're
oh.
not, I can't think of an instance where we have
It's just,
say on what goes on in the interior. We're really the historic character of the district is what we would review. And that's the exterior of the
Just the
building.
exterior,
Not
okay.
the interior, yeah.
But again, we can't really have a plan about what's going to happen because we haven't decided what we're going to do with the main
Right.
building in the area. So it is a little weird, and I'll just say, you know, I don't feel like I'm in the driver's seat. I feel like I'm kind of bundled into the trunk on this. I mean, like, I just don't, we haven't been briefed in any way. I mean, I know maybe the Economic Development Committee has, and I've seen some drawings that are kind of cool and great, you know, and I do want it to happen, but this, it feels like putting the cart in front of the horse. And if it's about the financial agreement, we just have a difficulty because, you know, majority of the people on the council are not in favor of giving out financial agreements, you know, without an extraordinarily compelling reason. And I just don't think we're there yet. So can we just close the hearing and push it off?
I think you have to.
We would have to carry it to a date
carry it.
specific, if that's what everyone wants. I mean, I don't feel the need to carry it, but I'm happy to carry it if that's what folks generally want to do.
I guess my question would be.
Carrie?
Is this simply to approve, just to approve the recommendation here?
It's whether we feel that one or more of the criteria are met for an area in need of
I think it's yes.
redevelopment, excuse me. It's
Yeah.
getting late.
Same.
So
The answer is yes.
if we're prepared to decide that, we can decide that now. If we feel like we want to carry it to another date, we can.
I think objectively.
I'm not sure what else.
Yeah. Or one of the criteria.
I don't
Should
think
be
we're
a
gonna get-
recommendation for the council, is
I
that
think
what this is?
we can make recommendations,
Is
right?
That's what you do.
Yeah.
Council ultimately makes the decision.
Right.
Okay.
You just make a recommendation. You hold the public hearing, you make the recommendation, council makes the decision.
Yeah, we can recommend that HPC stay involved
Absolutely.
as a
Yeah.
reviewing authority.
But wait,
Um,
it's the law says a delineated area may be determined
Right.
by this criteria, not that it shall.
Right.
We're under no obligation to have it happen. It says may, so,
Right. I saw that.
I mean, the burden of proof is on why it needs to happen. And just because one of these criteria are met doesn't mean that we're obliged to recommend to the council that the zoning be nuked, basically.
All at your, this is, the only thing is the council sent a resolution to the planning board asking you to conduct this study. So that's why we have a council resolution asking the planning board to conduct this study. It requires a public hearing. And you report to the council and the council makes the decision. I'd have to double
Right.
check if there's a time frame. Is there a time frame? I don't think there is for this.
But is our resolution, if we were to do this tonight, that the council may declare it, or is our resolution that we're recommending that the council do
It's
it?
you recommend. The council is the one that makes the determination.
We
This is
would be
cons-
recommending?
Yes.
Well, then I vote no.
Okay.
Is that a motion, or is that just generally where you stand? No, I'm actually serious about that, because, again, I would like to conclude this if we can, but if folks want more time, then I'm
I think
okay
maybe
with
we
it too.
carry it. I think people are spinning. Maybe we carry it to the.
You want to carry it? Carry it?
My question
I
is.
think folks are getting sleepy.
I don't think there's anything else I can present to you, or that we can present to you, than we've already presented. So we'll just put it on the agenda and there'll be further discussion. I don't have anything further to present.
Right, like, I don't think there's new evidence or, right,
Yeah.
I understand.
Okay? So we can certainly carry
Carry.
it to the next meeting.
Carry.
I could go
Okay,
either way.
when are we carrying it to, Ms. Talley? It's also 12:30, almost 12:30, so.
You know.
We
I'm
can,
about
you want
ready
to carry it
just drop.
to March 23rd?
I actually can't attend that meeting. I would like to be here for that. for
How
this
much is,
discussion,
yeah, is there another date where
Well,
we don't have a lot?
April 12th, that's the same date we're doing the master plan reexamination presentation, so we can carry it to the April meeting.
Yeah, as long as, do you think the council's gonna have any issue with waiting till April on this?
Okay.
April 13th.
So June? No.
April 13th.
April
No,
13th
no.
it is.
April
I
13th,
keep saying
so,
that, this
so
made her
we'll,
presentation, thank you.
so we're carrying this to the
Wait,
April
we're not adjourned
13th
yet.
meeting, and that's the 619, 631 Bloomfield Ave area need a redevelopment study.
Guys, we gotta pay bills. Art's
Oh,
gotta get paid.
It's not even, we also have, and I don't know if we need to do this tonight, we have area in need of rehabilitation designation for 14 Miller Street.
Let's do that April 13th as well.
That will also be carried to April 13th, but that's not actually a public hearing,
It's
so we
not a
can
public
do that
hearing.
whenever. So that'll be April 13th. Do we need to do committee assignments, or can we skip that tonight?
We can skip it.
Wonderful.
Who's gonna jump in right now?
Well, it's just whether we need the
Yeah,
committee
yeah,
to
yeah,
meet
yeah,
and
no,
we need
no.
to staff it
I'm
up.
sorry.
That's my concern. Lastly is bills, and we're going to skip committee reports. Bills?
It's late, Art. Motion to pay the bills.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Move to adjourn.
Darn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
This is such a twist, and it just goes.